So guys, I had to restart ZBrush. So I think this gives us the opportunity to show you how to load a file into ZBrush again to show. So first Control N, because I did this. Then I will close this by double clicking here, this side panel, and then we are left with this. So now, without closing this light box, we can close it, we can open it, it doesn't matter, but it's there. We can go to Load Tool. So in Tool menu, Load Tool, because we are saving from Save As in Tool menu. Now we are loading, Load Tool. Let's go to our Absolute Beginner ZBrush tutorial and this file, I think. So now nothing happens. In order to put the file into your canvas, you have to drag it in. And when you drag it, you can start working. So you drag again and what happens? Okay, basically you have to press Edit here, Edit Object, which is T, the T key. Or press just Edit Object. And now you can rotate your object, but you cannot see it. Why? Because you have all those objects above it. So let's disable Lightbox or just close it. And yeah, this is our object, obviously, but the others are also there. What to do? Control N is just new. Control N. I don't know if there's a button here for Control N, but Control N basically is making this emptying all your canvas from the things that you don't need. And now we can click on this material here and get our basic material, or we can just click on our basic material here to give it to the object. And of course, one more thing we have to do is to put our image here. So go to Texture, Import, and I think it was the crop. Yes, open it. Now go to Texture again, click on it, and put Add to Spotlight, this button here, Add to Spotlight. Press it. Wow, we have it. And now with this button in the top a little bit right, we have this, which we can touch and then drag on the sides. We can make it smaller or bigger. We will make it smaller and put it on the side right here. We don't need it because the sword, we will make it later. And we put it here by dragging inside this circle. Inside we drag, not in the center, because from the center, from the exact center here in this orange circle, we'll drag and move the circle itself. And then from here, you know, it's taking a little bit practice to get used to it. So now I'll press just Z on my keyboard to hide this circle and start working. But if you remember, by Z you can make the circle appear again. But if you remember, we have to do one more thing, which is go to Brush, because our brushes won't work, most of them, and turn down Spotlight Projection, which is the fourth menu, first, second, third, and fourth menu, samples, and then at the bottom just turn this down. And now we are ready to continue working. Now let's continue working on our legs. So I'm constantly changing my brushes through my short keys, which I recommend you to. But if you are not comfortable using short keys, you can change them from here, of course. It will be slower, but in the beginning you won't be that much that fast anyway, so maybe it will not be that bad for you. So I'm using now move brush, mostly the move brush, and trying to achieve some result, which is a base form for the legs. They are a bit, yeah, we have to achieve a base form that we will like for these legs. And I see we have here some kind of fabric in here, and also from the back we'll have some kind of a fabric also. But and I will tell you how to do this fabric. It will be very easy, but it will be later. Now I need to see how I will align the legs with the rest of the body, because here we have some empty nothing, some void, and we'll have to try to put the legs so they are I'm not sure how we will do it, but in the concept, they are going outward. The armors are going outward. But this is here, and probably some very tiny legs are starting from there. Who knows? But we'll have to do it as the concept, because it's looking kind of good. So I won't argue with the concept artist in this one. And I'm, yeah, sometimes I was about to say that I rarely argue with the concept artist, but sometimes it happens. I do it sometimes. So now, as we know a lot of things, I can show you just a bit more advanced things. Probably you're ready for this. A bit more advanced things like, for example, I want to make, let's disable perspective. I want to make this bottom of the legs very flat. How to do that? It will be, first I will go to Dynamesh. Let's try resolution of 48 for the legs. It's a little bit too much, but not too much, so it's cool. And I will smooth them with shift, just shift dragging around to smooth them. And now I will make this kind of thing, and this with the down standard brush. This is with Alt here because I'm making it inward, and this is with just the brush on Z-Add mode. Now I'm using high polish brush to make this flat, so because this is an armor. Then I will use here the down standard brush again, and here we may need to make this separate part, the knee armor. But we'll see about that. Probably we will make it a separate part. Why not? It will be cool. Maybe here we will have some kind of a area like this, and here. Yeah, just using the brush. You know, this tutorial is about the tools. Mostly about tools. It's not about how to make the character or stuff, but I can tell you a few things about the character creation. You have to be careful about the silhouette mostly. The silhouette of the character is, especially a character with this defined silhouette, is very important to have a good silhouette, you know, and that's what you have to be careful about. So we will be taking care of the silhouette mostly. I'm just yet to realize how big I want to make these legs, how fat. So I will again, yeah, I didn't tell you what I did. So I did this. I pressed W, this is Q. So Q, we are returning to our basic brush, whatever brush we are on. And W, we have the pivot. Then with Alt and drag on these angles here, I'm moving the pivot, and then I'm just rotating without Alt, just rotating, and then Q and move brush, and I'm moving this around. So from the side view, he looks a bit strange, but that's because he is going forward with his body, and he looks like he will fall. Probably he won't fall, but who knows. So for the advanced thing that I was talking about, let's see what I can tell you. Let's make those a bit shorter, and this a little bit shorter too. Yeah, we have to adjust it until we get it right, until I feel it's good. Now I don't feel it's nice enough, so I may have to inflate it. Let's see it the same size, and yeah, we'll have to inflate this part here and this part a bit, but just a bit inflation. So if we see, this is yeah, this is kind of the same, this is kind of the same, but this part is too low, so let's put it up. And I think this is better. This is definitely better. Those things we can just turn them like this. and those hands will be definitely bigger. So again, I'm using Alt click to go between my my subtools, and then I am just working. And you'll notice that I am sometimes speaking not softly but slowly, because it's kind of difficult. It's not super difficult for me, but it's kind of difficult to work and talk at the same time. Bear that in mind and don't judge me too harshly about this. So now this will be the hands. They are looking good. One of the hand we will pose with the sword probably at some point, but for now it's this. Yeah, the legs are pointing in some directions, but they are basically this shape that we want them to be. And I think now we'll do the advanced thing that I was talking about. We'll disable perspective for this one. So now go to Control Shift, and Control Shift, you know, is for this type of thing: hiding geometry, showing geometry, and showing everything. So let's go over that again. So Control Shift and dragging, and everything you cover with that with that green rectangle will be shown, and everything else will be hidden. If you want to hide something from this now, Control Shift and then Alt click, and it will become red, and then it will hide. And if we want to reverse our view, we can show the hidden parts and hide the shown parts. We have to drag, 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 and every time we drag with Control Shift pressed, we do this. And then if you want to show everything, just Control Shift click. And that's basically the thing. So now Control Shift, and you see we have here Select Rect Brush with Control Shift pressed. I'm pressing it now. And then we can click on it while pressing the Control Shift and go to Clip Curve Brush. Those are brushes that we can use when Control Shifting. Then Clip Curve Brush, and now I will release Control Shift and we go to High Polish again. Then when we press Control Shift, we go to Clip Curve Brush, and Clip Curve Brush is working like this, dragging from right to left, and then with space I'm moving it, and then it will flatten everything from the brush, from the line down. It will flatten everything up to the line. So now the polygons are there, it's not cut, it's just flattened, and I will smooth it, and it's going to be like this. So that's how I'm making all the legs of my character step exactly on the ground. That's the thing. That's the secret. So bear in mind, and I don't want this brush anymore, so I will Control Shift click and change again to Select Rect Brush. Select Rect. Tool or brush. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. I will smooth now this, and what I want to do is make those knee armor. How can I make it? It's pretty straightforward. I will make solo because I want to make them here, and I will mask a bit of an area here. So the masking area will be like this. It's not gonna be too much mask area. We need a bit. And the form, the shape of those kneecaps, we can change it, no problem, wherever we want. So I'll do this, mask by Control dragging. If I want to, you know, I'm making smaller or bigger my brush with bracket keys. I always use bracket keys, but you can go here and just, you know, do it from there. It doesn't matter. So now Control Alt drag will just delete the mask, and Control click, 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 click. Yeah, sometimes the click becomes drags and the mask is gone. But our point is we need this. I'm just refreshing your memory about the masks and stuff. So here we go to Subtool, we go to Geometry again, but Geometry is we don't need now. We go to Extract. On the bottom of Subtool menu is the Extract, and we just extract. and then we drag it and it disappears. So extract and then accept. We have to accept it. If we don't accept it, it wouldn't happen. So now you notice this gave us a few polygroups, and we can start working with polygroups again. Control-Shift-Click on a polygroup will hide every other polygroup in this subtool. So here we have 3 polygroups: outside, this border one, and inside. And the outside and inside, they look the same, but they are not. So Control-Shift-Click on the outside, and we hide everything except for this polygroup. And this, since this is symmetry, they are the same polygroup. So now we just go to del hidden, because we want to delete those hidden polygons or polygroups. Del hidden, and then we go to, let's try on the lowest setting, zero measure. Most of the time I do it on the lowest settings because it's much easier to modify with the move tool afterwards. So I modify it a bit with the move tool, but I kind of like the geometry that it's now. It's maybe a lucky thing, but the geometry is very good, so I can use it to make this lip, this kind of thing that is also part of the silhouette, so it's very important. So let's try from here. And yeah, from the because the arms are obstructing our way, I will have to hide them by just clicking on the eye icon here. It will be easier if you hide some parts of your object instead of trying to work around them. If they are on your way and you have to work, just hide them, and then you will very easily show them again. It's pretty easy. So now, if you're wondering why I'm seeing my my polygons, it's because of the polyframe is on. Yeah, I know that probably if you're watching this tutorial, you're completely new to ZBrush, so I'm repeating everything many times, so it will be embedded into your head. Hopefully, we'll see. So I want to now mask this area, and the bottom one too probably will mask both because this is going here. We'll see. So we go to the Z modeler brush in order to mask, and we go to this edge or this edge, it doesn't matter, but mostly this edge, and mask edge loop complete, and then we click, and we see we have masked all around the edge. So we reverse the mask, and now I will press my pivot, and I press now W, and my pivot is not here. So if you press W and your pivot is not here, it's someplace else. Yeah, it's there. But if you cannot see the pivot now and you need it to be here, you just alt click somewhere on the model. Even here we can, no, it's not that. So alt click on the subtool, yeah, and then the pivot will appear, but you have to adjust it because it will appear as a normal to the surface you clicked on. So if I click alt here, it will appear there. If you alt click here, it will be there. So bear that in mind. I'll have to alt click this and then this. So the pivot will go first, reset the orientation of the pivot, and then go to unmasked mesh center. So alt this and then alt this. And then we can just drag this in front and adjust it and make it bigger, probably. But when you're resizing things that are symmetrical, you have to be careful. I will Control Z a few times. Put local symmetry on. It will be much better. And now we can resize it, and we can alt rotate, then resize like this. And yeah, since it's masked, I can also do it manually with a big move brush and just move it like this. And the bottom one is not that pronounced, but I will do it anyway. And make it more squarish in this area. And I think it's starting to look nice. Of course, we will disable the mask by control dragging, and then I will be with the big move brush, I will put it closer to the legs themselves, because it was a bit on the far side, and now it's looking almost like the concept. Of course, we need more work to be able to do it as in the concept, because the concept is good. And as good as you make your model, as well it will be received in the community. If you put a lot of work on it, it will be visible, especially if your work is good, of course. And then you can expect more to sell yourself, like your work, more expensively. You will have job offerings and stuff. So, but don't think about it now. Think about just practicing with ZBrush, because ZBrush is a very good program. You can express your creativity very good with ZBrush. Of course, with Photoshop you can do it also, but this is 3D, and it's for me it's a little bit more fun to be able to go around the object, to be able, after I make this, to go ahead and print it, for example, which is a very, very nice option. Print it in 3D printer. Of course it's expensive, but you will have something that you can touch that is made by you, which is very, very nice, and I like that. So yeah, we should see the hands, they're looking good, perspective, and the model is starting to look pretty nice. And we'll have to we'll have to go to the other video now. Just end this and go to the other one. But for now, thank you and goodbye. So let's continue working on the legs a little bit more, and we'll see what we do next. So for the legs, I will disable the mask by just control dragging. And if you don't have a mask on your model, when control drag here beside your model, and you don't have Dynamesh, let's see, Dynamesh is on. Yeah, so control click is just masking the whole object, the whole subtool, or the visible part of the subtool. For example, if we control shift drag and just hide most of the leg, and then control click to mask everything, we will not be masking the hidden part. So when we control shift click to show everything, we'll see that we have masked only this part. This is used sometimes combination of polygrouping, hiding, and showing, and everything is used to mask certain areas if you want. But yeah, it's a little bit more intermediate usage, although I think I've shown you very good how to use the masks and polygroups, and now I'm just making this flat, because if we try to use the tool that we have used here for the bottom of the feed, it will not work that much, because we have symmetry and this is here, and if we do this here, it will flatten also this part, it will be bad. So we have to know when and where to use our tools, basically, and this is good to know. But if you don't know, then you don't know. It's yeah, I'm sorry, I have to teach you, but I will. The thing is that you will know by yourself when to use things and stuff when you have practice. The practice is everything. Without practice, nothing can happen. So be careful to have practice. So this, as we can see here, is a little bit sharper on the image. So basically I will sharpen it, but not that much, just a little bit. Then we have to work a bit more on the legs, a bit more on other things, because yeah, we want a good looking image. So what have I done now? I just want to extrude parts of this, but not extrude, but just move them up. So this is, for example, this will be the leg. So what can I do? First, I will do this. Mask certain area here, invert the mask. And then I will move this area with my pivot. By clicking W, I'm going to the pivot again. And I will move it inwards. First inwards and then outward. And then I will have this. Let's dynamesh it. Now it's cool. It was cool before, but now it's cooler. Cooler. And then I will get this certain part from inside, invert the mask by control clicking outside the object, and then this will be the legs, and I will dynamesh again. And I think that's completely good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, the legs will go like this here inside. And yeah, this obviously won't be visible because we will have a certain plane here in front and probably in the back also. But since we want everything to be perfect, I will do it, and I did it. So now about the plane. I will show you how we will do the plane. It's very easy because we can use almost anything. We can, for example, even from here we can extract one and make it a plane. We can take this, for example, and I will do this. So let's see this and just duplicate it. So duplicating meshes is just pressing this button, and delete will be this button. When we delete a mesh, it will ask us, this is not an undoable operation. Are you sure? I'm not sure. I don't want to delete this. I want to duplicate it. So be careful to check out what ZBrush is warning you. So duplicate will not get any warning because this is obviously an undoable operation. We can delete this and we will be left how we was or how we were. And now we are on this duplicated mesh. I will Control-Shift click to isolate only this polygroup. Then I will Control-Shift-Alt drag. And then I will Control-Shift-Alt drag again those. And then I will be left with this del hidden. I will delete the rest. I will get my pivot, Alt click to get it here. And then I will Alt click here and here. And I will drag this again like this. And then we have this thing. This thing is not exactly perfect, but it will do. What I mean by it will do is that this is kind of a thing we need. So now it's not symmetrical, as you can see, it's lost its symmetry, but mirror and weld here will make it symmetrical again. It's very good button, that's why we have it there, because it's very easy to use it. We don't use it that often, but still it's very, I will show you where it is. So it's in geometry, modified topology, mirror and weld. So it's a little bit hidden. I like to have it there. And now I will go and zero mesh at 0, 1. And now we have this plane. This plane is what we want. And of course it is here, but it's not a problem because we will get our pivot and just place it in front. And since this is our front plane, it should be flipped to be able to see it from the front, of course. Now we will just place it. Let's see. Okay, this is not good. If you want to make it narrower, you have to Alt click on the pivot and move it to the center, as close to the center as possible, and then make it narrower, and then make it smaller like this, and move it. And basically we will have this kind of thing. I will increase my move brush and move it, and then move it maybe inward a bit more. And yeah, it's a little bit strange, but this is just a placeholder. We will probably make it better because there are 1, 2 planes there, so maybe we should make them like they are in the concept. Let's try to do that. How? I'm just moving. So this, I will again move my pivot to the center and make it narrower. Then I will zero mesh it at the lowest possible resolution, and I will zero mesh it until I get a good topology, because now my topology, especially here at the corners, is completely I don't know why, but it's complete bullshit. It's not good. So yeah, now it's getting better. But why? This is a corner here. Make it a corner. What is this? I'm not sure, but I'm clicking zero mesh until I get it. Or I wouldn't be able to get it, so I will do this. Very easy. Control Shift, drag, Control Shift Alt, drag, and we'll get this. Yeah, when some polygons just don't want to work, I delete them, and then, yeah. So del hidden, zero mesher again, and now it's fine. It's better, at least. So, this thing, I will make it flat again, like this. I will disable symmetry by clicking X and move it here. Then I can do two things. I can duplicate it and move it and make it smaller to make this piece, this here little piece, or I can do this. If you don't have subdivisions on your subtool, you can control click on this and move, and you will duplicate your geometry in the same subtool. So now this both are in the same subtool, but this is masked. So we will make this smaller and put it here and in front a bit. And these are same subtool. It's very cool. So this is used sometimes for teeth and other stuff. Monster teeth we can make, or whatever, even human teeth we can make. The other thing I want to do is solo this, and then with the standard brush I will go from up down, so without this, just to make some to look a little bit more interesting, some folds to make with the standard brush, with the normal standard brush, and then alt standard brush, and I'm making this kind of things. So this will look more interesting, not just flat thingy. And it's not perfect, but it will do for now. We can even pretend this is bigger at the top, and then at the bottom it became narrower, smaller. Yeah, and you can notice that I am doing everything that we have talked. I'm just rotating the model around, moving, and doing everything with some brushes that we know already. All the brushes we know. So it's nothing to talk about that much, because all the brushes are known to us already. This thing, I think we have to move it a bit up like this, because you see the shoulder is here, and this part, the bottom part of the armor is very close to the shoulder. So you have to look at those things in order to make your concept work, because if you don't, your concept will be your model will be far away from the concept, and sometimes this is not a good thing, because sometimes you will lose the soul of the concept itself, and this concept has a lot of soul because of these things, you know. And now we will move the legs a bit upwards. How? Just pressing W. W will get our pivot. Then we'll press this button here on the far left of the far right of all the pivot buttons that are above the pivot. Pressing it will get us to select multiple subtools. So I'll remove my perspective because it's not good. And now you see I have only these tools selected. So I will make a selection with Control Shift outside, and then I will make a selection with Control Shift inside here. So I will get to be selected only the legs and this thing in front, and I will move them up like this. And then you can notice that this fist is going to end right under the knee area here, so it's exactly what we want. And now I just remove this, then Q to remove the pivot, and it's cool. So Q and W are very comfortable to use keys because they are very close to your left hand. So don't be afraid to use them to call the pivot and to to call it out, to call it in and out. Yes. So the other thing I want to do is make sure that we have this lip also here in these things. How? Let's try with the standard brush just to push it. With the big standard brush from distance, maybe we can push it, or we can just move it with the move brush, just little by little. And yeah, this is a hack. I mean, it's not like we are using a low poly, which we have to use probably, but it's working sometimes, and it's maybe a little bit faster, but probably we should do it with the low poly. But if I do this and then do a low poly, we will have already achieved what we need to achieve. I'm not sure we need a low poly here, but we'll see. Low poly means zero mesher, of course. Probably we can do it or just sculpt. Sometimes if you are a traditional sculptor or something, you just want to sculpt. Don't want to mess up with this zero mesher things and everything. Everything could be done with sculpting without those tools, but those tools are there to make your life more easy or easier. Because traditional sculptors, their life is miserable because they don't have symmetry, they don't have zero mesher, they don't have dynamesh, they don't have everything, so they have to do everything by hand, and those things they should do by hand. So yeah, but if you're a traditional sculptor, maybe you can do it by hand and still be happy with it. Who knows? So now I'm using various brushes, like pinch brush for example here with Alt, just to make this lip, as I said. Okay, now it's starting to look pretty nice. Let's make thickness for this particular thing. And yeah, we go to Z modeler brush, we go to some, let's polyframe to see, go to some polygon, press space, and now by default is Q mesh. We can try now, because I would go to extrude all polygons, but we can go to Q mesh, all polygons. Let's see what happens. It's the same as extrude with a few little differences, but I won't be able to explain you because there are just some cases that the Q mesh is different and it's better. But in some cases, when we just want to extrude, we better use extrude, you know. When we want to extrude with some things in mind, then we can use Q mesh. But in our case, extrude will give us the same result probably. Let's see, this is not flipped. Okay, I think we flipped it. So it's nice now. And now I will show you dynamic subdivision. When we have armors or hard surface like this, I always, when I make thickness, I always use dynamic subdivision to be able to see what will be the result of my mesh after I make subdivisions. So subdivisions are when we do this Control D or divide. When we subdivide it one, it will be 4 times as many polygons, it will be smoother. Then another time 4 times the polygons smoother and stuff like this. Every polygon gets divided by 4 when we divide. But if we don't want to subdivide but just see the result, we can dynamically subdivide. Dynamic subdivision is here. We open it and just press dynamic. Or we just press D on the keyboard and it will say, would you like to activate dynamic subdivision instead? Always yes, it's cool. So now this will be the result. But this, the dynamic menu, let's see it. Dynamic, on, off, now on. And we will use only dynamic and smooth subdiv. So how many levels of subdivisions it will make by not making them, but just visualize them. So it will be 4 levels, for example. It's fine, but it's a little bit smooth. It's not that good. So we go to crease. We'll use dynamic subdivision and crease at the same time. So here in crease, we will go always crease level 1 or crease level 2, and then tolerance 45 it will be, and crease. That's all, that's it, just 1 and crease. And now we see some corners appear. The crease now is making every angle bigger than 45 degrees here to be sharper by 1. If we make it 2, you will see crease, how everything became sharper. And maybe 2 is better, but we have to increase the dynamic subdivision by 5, and let's see how it looks. Maybe 1 is better. Let's see 1 again. 1, crease. I'm not exactly sure which one is the best, but let's keep it at 1. We go to Z modeler brush because I want to make this corner also sharp. But since it's not bigger than, it is. It's creased. Oh, interesting, very interesting. Why it's creased and it's not that sharp? I want it sharper here. So, if I want it sharper, I should go to crease level 2, for example, then go here, go to crease, edge loop complete, so edge, I go to an edge, press space, crease, edge loop complete, and then press it. And then it will crease everything, but it will crease everything that it's this edge loop, but this edge loop is, let me see. Okay, so it creases every other crease also, but doesn't crease this, for example, because we don't want this to be creased. Although it doesn't look super bad, but it's not as the concept. And I will inflate. Okay, saving. ZBrush is telling us by saving that we have to finish the video. But yeah, the crease level will be 1 at this point. I mean, 1 is, I think, better. And we can inflate the whole model like this. This is not the whole model, but just those shoulders. And how we can make them sharper on those edges, we have to add edges by going to Z modeler brush, then going to an edge, press space, insert, single edge loop, and we insert an edge loop here, insert an edge loop here. And now they are sharper as they should be. And of course, we can always go to our move brush, and just fix what we think it should be fixed. And of course, that's not all. We can always move and fix. The thing is that we don't have real subdivisions here, which is cool. This is our model basically, and this is just a show of subdivisions. How I do this? Getting to this or this again. It will shift D is one subdivision down, and D is subdivision, is basically lower less, shift D, and higher res is D. You know? And since we don't have higher res, it's going to dynamically subdivide. We will continue in the next video, but now our model is starting to work. I think you have knowledge already for the basic things, and we will continue a little bit in a faster pace, probably. Yes. Hello guys, it's me again. I know it's getting a little bit ridiculous that I'm always here, but yeah, it just has to be. So now I'm seeing this and I'm noticing that this thing is a bit smaller. So let's make it bigger. When you want to make something bigger but only on one side, you just get with Alt your pivot on the top of it, and when you drag this, it will just scale the rest of it down from the pivot center. So we want it to be at least through here. Then we will start making the hand or the arms. But first, let's just pay a little bit of attention to what? To the shoulder. Because the shoulder, I noticed that this shoulder is going up like this one, but this shoulder is going down. It's almost horizontal here. So let's try and make it a bit like this. And it's lagging a bit. Why? Because we are on a big Dynamesh level. And also we have subdivisions. I can't believe that. So we will delete subdivisions. This means here that we have subdivisions and also we have dynamic subdivisions. Then it is lagging. So first I will go to my first subdivision, and second we have just two. But we go to the lowest and then del higher, and now we don't have higher subdivision. We don't have any subdivision except for the dynamic one, and we are okay. That's what we want, at least for now. What else we want to do? We want to increase this flat area here, this flat area, because we will put some spikes there. But it will not be now. I want to just take the hand and start making it. So I will press this solo button here in the bottom. And the solo button is button is very important. It will allow us to work on the hand very easily, on the arm. Okay. So now I will go to Dynamesh and Dynamesh it. Let's try at 45 resolution, for example. 48, okay, no problem. 48 will be nice, and you'll see what happens here. And I can easily delete this and then mirror, so I will do that. I will go to my if I try to hide this, because deleting is basically hiding and then they'll hidden. If I try to hide this, you know, with Control Alt Shift drag, I cannot do it because it's symmetrical. So I will disable symmetry by pressing X and then hide this, then they'll hidden, and then I will press symmetry again, although I don't have any symmetry. So I didn't tell you about the local symmetry. So the symmetry basically, if we go to the floor, is the normal symmetry is, this is the center of the normal symmetry. I'm sorry that I'm stuttering, but sometimes when I'm very excited I do that. So this is the center of the symmetry. This is the normal center of the symmetry. But when we are on local symmetry, the center becomes the center of the object itself. So the object is from here to here, and then the center is somewhere in the middle. So that's why we don't need symmetry now. We will disable the floor also, and we will work only on this model. We will start to make some thumb, then we will make 1, 2, 3 fingers. We'll make some things here. We'll smooth everything. Yeah, making the hand from zero, from nothing, it's not an easy and super easy task. It requires a bit practice, and if you want, you can practice on this model, you know, because this model is pretty easy. At least it looks easy. It's not exactly super easy, but it's, yeah. So let's see, we will have a thumb here, and then this finger will be there, and the thumb. And I'm basically, I like to put some geometry, to put some like clay, with the clay tubes brush. The clay buildups brush, there is a clay buildup brush, which can also do this work, but I don't use it that often, which is probably a mistake. But if you want to try it, just try it, clay buildup brush. It's a very good brush for this kind of work. But for now, let's take our dumb standard brush and try to achieve some things here. So this will be like this, and then it will come through here. Okay, I'm just with Alt, I'm doing this. If you are using your Alt, your dumb standard brush with without modification. By default it will be on the sub, I told you that, so by default you will subdivide with it. Not subdivide, you will subtract. Not add but subtract. So the sub or the add, you know. Now I'll press 4 to get my move brush, move here, then smooth, moving, smoothing, and adding geometry. That's what I'm doing here. Yeah, this fist can be done by making fingers stretched and then pull them together, but it will be a lot, I think, a lot difficult to make this fist. It will require a lot more things, although, yeah, but no, let's make it like this and we'll see how it goes, but I think it will be okay. Yeah, for like 5 minutes already we have something that resembles a fist, so it's not that difficult. Yeah, if you don't have anything that resembles a fist in 5 minutes, don't be discouraged, because I have a lot of practice of making fists, and although I have a lot of practice, I still am not able to make a decent fist for less than 5 minutes. So yeah, probably for you it will be 30 minutes or something like this, which is not exactly too much. So just bear in mind, I'm a professional, and I'm not saying don't try this at home. On the contrary, try this at home. It's important to try this at home or at work, whatever. It's it's up to you where you want to try this at. So I think it's kind of good. We have to bear in mind that in one of the hands we will hold, he will hold, we will not, obviously, but he will hold a sword. So we'll have to have that in mind. I'll make this a bit more in this area, smooth. Then with down standard brush, take this. I will make this separate mesh, probably this thing, which will go up to here, and this will be the elbow armor. I'm just marking where the things will be, and probably I will make them separately, except if I like them like this. We'll see. Maybe I will say, okay, they are pretty good like this, and I will leave them. But yeah, it's up to us, you know, we decide. It's not exactly a rocket science. We just need to decide whether we want to make it from polygons or from separate polygons, or just leave it like this. I want to make pronounced elbow here, because this is an elbow armor and it's more pronounced, and it will give us a better silhouette here, or there, or anywhere for that matter. I'm sorry if my mount is not too much visible sometimes, because yeah, when I sit on my chair I tend to collapse a little bit by little, and yeah, I will go up a bit. Now I think it's better. Okay, we see the arm is starting to look nice. Let's see it compared to the other part of the body. Okay, it should be more in the front, so I will get my pivot by pressing W. I'll move it here where is the shoulder, and then move it forward. This way it will be like in the concept, a little bit in front of the legs. Let's see if it's too big. I'm always comparing. It's not too big. I think it's kind of the right size, but it's, we'll see. So the thing is that I'm noticing here, and you probably are too, that we have the elbow here, the elbow armor, and this armor, and everything is visible, and here it's not. Probably everything should go down a bit more, so the elbow should be way down. It's not very, yeah, you know, because if the shoulder is here, then this is too big. And yeah, in 2D, some things are looking one way, and in 3D, they don't look like that good, you know. So we'll have to be careful about that too. So now let's make some shoulder muscle and the biceps, but they should be very, very, very stylized. So we don't need them that much because this is all an armor, and probably he has some kind of an armor below that. But who knows, maybe he doesn't have, and he has just a muscle. You don't have to do this, of course. I'm doing it just for my own fun, because I like to do anatomy, and you can see that in my YouTube channel. I have a lot of anatomy videos, not that much, but I have some. I have a video how to make a hand from cube for I think 30 minutes or an hour, I'm not sure, maybe 30 minutes. I have female and male head videos, how to make a male head from sphere for 1 hour, and how to make a whole male body from sphere for 1.5 hours with fingers and everything. So yeah, it's kind of fast, but don't worry, I have trained a lot for those videos. I have prepared for those videos for, yeah, they are just hour or 1.5 hours videos, but I have prepared for months, yeah, weeks, let's say weeks for those videos. So yeah, and my YouTube channel of course is Speedchar, like yeah, the same with the logo, like those videos here. You can check it out. So if you have gone this far into the tutorial, it's good for you because you already know most of the things that you should know to just start sculpting. And if you don't know something, you just can go back and see the tutorial about it, the video about this particular thing, masking or moving around, navigating in ZBrush and stuff, and you will be okay, I think. If not, you can always ask me. I can help you with little advices here and there. It's not a problem, of course. Yeah, the idea of these videos is for people to learn and to be able to know and to be able to work with ZBrush to express their creativity. Like I always say, express your creativity with ZBrush is very good. So you can try that. If you like it, better. You can watch my other tutorials. They are more advanced, of course. I don't explain that deeply masking or polygroups or everything. I'm just forward working and yeah, showing how to make a realistic character, for example, in ZBrush. How to make an orc. I have one tutorial, but those tutorials, I've sold them. I mean, they are made for other party, so it's not me I'm selling them, but you can watch them anyway. They are useful, so yeah, I'm not getting money from them, but it doesn't matter. What matters is for you to learn. If you want to learn, if you like my voice, and if you like my English, probably not. Some people like my English. Why? My English is good mostly for foreigners. I mean people that don't speak English in their mother language, you know. The other people that their mother language is English, they don't like my English at all because it's too much accent for them. But for Russians, for Serbians, even for Spanish speaking people, I think it's good enough and it's pretty understandable. I think I'm gonna sneeze. It's very unprofessional. Good. I'm sorry about that. But you know, in my videos I try to explain things and everything. I don't keep this formal attitude or something. I just like to speak freely about a lot of things. That's just my style. So I tend to do things that other people are not doing. Sometimes I even sing. You're lucky that I don't feel like singing now, because my singing is not my best skill, obviously. It's not obviously because I'm an artist, so I could be able to sing eventually if I was able to sing, but I'm not. So let's Dynamesh and see what happens here. And we have a decent, not perfect, but decent hand. Arm. I'm always saying hand while I mean arm, but whatever, it's normal. And you notice that I'm moving just a little bit the things just to see what's what. Because when we have something, when we already have something, we can easily move it around and do something with it. And if we don't have anything, we can't. So now, let's do what? Let's separate probably this part and this part and make them a separate meshes. But this will be if we like the hand. We don't yet like it, because after we separate the meshes, it will be a little bit difficult to move them together. It will not be super problematic, but I like for everything to be clear before I start separating. The fist is never straight, it's always like an arch. Especially if it's clenched very, very tightly. If you look at your own fist, for example, like this, you will notice this is an arch. It's not like straight, it's arching. From below also a little bit of an arch. Yeah, it has to be interesting looking. So it shouldn't be straight something. It should be an arch, probably. And now we have the hand, the arm. Let's mirror it, just mirror and okay. And it's looking great, I think. Let's move this armor so it's covering more here. And we don't have time for anything else in this video, but now our model is starting to look pretty good because of the hands. And yeah, they were the last thing that we haven't done at all. And we have the cape. Maybe in the next video we will make some cape, and probably we will start making the sword. We'll see if we will have time. But for now, yeah, we have made the hands, the arms. We may also want to refine them a bit more, but we'll see. I don't know what we will do in the next video because I still haven't made it. So yeah, go ahead and see what we have decided to do. Bye. So let's talk about something else here. What do I want to talk about? It's about how your model is looking in the beginning and how it will look at the end. So in the beginning, as you saw, it was looking too bad, and that was not something that I'm afraid of. I mean, that was not frightening me. I was just keep doing what I have to do, and suddenly the models start to appear pretty nicely. And you are seeing that with your own eyes, because now this is the video number 13, fatal number, so probably we will do something very bad with the model and the model will be ruined. I'm joking, of course, it's not gonna happen because I have saves, and unless my hard drive just explodes, probably we will be okay. But we need to make the cape. So how to make the cape? It's pretty easy to make the cape these days. And I will show you how we can append again something. Now you will see how many subtools we have and how many. There I think 17 or 27, I cannot say exactly, but we have, no, this is not, this is our mesh. Let's see, visible count. Okay, we have 9. Okay, it's not too much. 9 subtools, or 8 or 9. Yeah, let's say 9. Okay, we will add one more. And how to add subtool? We go here in the subtool menu, or in the tool, subtool, because subtool is here. Subtool, we open it, and we go to append. I always append instead of insert, because insert I think will replace, but I'm not sure, and I always use append. So let's use append. And now we are in this menu. We can make those spikes on the shoulders from here, but we don't need that. We need a plane 3D. Let's click it. And now we have this plane. Where is it? It's in the head. You can see it below the head here. When I step on it or just press on it, you can see it, it's behind the head. What we'll do is, when we are on it, we'll press W to get the pivot and move it back. And from the back view, we will see nothing. Why? Because this is a plane, it's one-sided. So we'll have to look it from here and we will be able to see it. Other thing that I wanna pay attention to is that the background, let's forget the cape for a minute. The background is a bit light. Let's make it a bit darker. How to make the background darker in ZBrush? Very good question. We go to document, and here you can see nothing because it's a little bit hidden. It's here, back, you know, document, background color. Even now, these days, when I haven't changed the background too often, I forget where it is. And even I cannot see it, like I open document and say, it was not here. I open draw and I say, it was not here. Where was it? And I notice, okay, it's here. It's a little bit hidden, but what you have to do to change the background is click on it and nothing happened. So click and hold. And I'm holding now either the mouse button or I'm just pressing the tablet. And now I'm moving and the color that this pic moves on will be the color of our background. So I usually go to one of my materials here and from there I can check my color if I want it to be more black or something. Let's make it a little bit darker like this. So this will give us a bit more contrast for our model to see it better. And now I cannot see good the plane, but whatever. I've shown you how to change your background color. Now it will be like this. As of course, when you restart ZBrush, it will be back to the default. And there's a way to change that, but well, we don't have to talk about it yet. Also, I want to talk about the perspective here a little bit. So from draw menu here, from draw we don't use anything here, anything. We will use the perspective. It's the same button like here, perspective, like this one. It's the same. So if you, for example, enable customize and get rid of your perspective button, but and you don't have perspective, yeah, you can press P. One press will be disabled in perspective and the other will be enabling, but you won't be able to see it exactly. So you go to draw and you get the perspective with Control Shift, Control Alt, and put it back there. So yeah, there's a way of everything. The perspective now is 50. By some standard it's 50. If we do it 18, it will be super big. If we do 85, it will be very moderate. 50 is for this character is kind of good. But this is, I'm just showing you how to make this. Then I will go to this plane here and make it double. When I make it double, I will be able to see it from whatever. And now, yeah, if you already don't know what this menu is, when I'm always checking stuff. This is the custom menu, ZZ Custom, that we have made in one of the first videos, and I'm calling it from Control-Shift-Alt-A because it's very close, the A, and it's not associated with any other things associated, A, so it's fine. So now I'm making this a cape. I'm putting it in, I'm putting it out, and it's now kind of a cape looking with a big move brush and symmetry. I turned on symmetry just now. I will be able to make it a better cape, better than ever. What else we want to make? Since the cape is touching the ground and then it's going outward, it's going back, I'll do that. How? It will be difficult, but we will manage probably. I have to mask this area here, then control click on the object, then invert the mask with control click outside the object, then control click again on the object to make this kind of feather of the mask, and now I'll press my pivot, put it down where the mask is, around here, and then rotate. And you can see how it goes like this. And now I'll probably will make a bigger mask, feather it again, and just pull this everything down like this. And since it will be lower than the legs, I will go ahead and use again the secret brush, which is Control Shift, press here, up here, you see it? Yeah. Clip curve brush, and at the whole time I'm holding Control Shift. Now I'm dropping it. Now I'm pressing Control Shift again, and yes. If you drag this the other way around, you will make a big mistake. Not that big, but still, you see. Now we have this. It's pretty good. We can make it like that. And probably we should make some little bit of a folds in there, because it will look too not good. So let's zero mesh it first. Go to 0, 1, target polygon count, zero mesh it. Let's see how much polygons it is. It's a little bit lower on polygons and the folds will be not very easy to make. So let's increase this at 0.45, for example. Now it's kind of better. And now I will disable symmetry because folds with symmetry are not very good. And with the standard brush, I'm just trying to make the folds work. So I'm imagining the folds from up here coming, and they will go straight down. There's no way the folds will go other direction, straight down, and then it will touch the ground and they will curve or do something like this. We'll see, but probably a curve. I'm just testing the waters, just testing to see how this will work, or is it gonna work at all. Probably it will. Moving those folds, maybe moving them up inwards a bit over the other. But yeah, you can make this with Marvelous Designer if you know how. It will be pretty easy to make this thing. But with ZBrush, we have to just rely on some references or some imagination. But you will have to have very good imagination to beat a reference, of course. And I'm not using reference now, since this is a kind of cartoon character, so we don't need too much folds. We just need them on the right places. Kind of right places. We even don't need them on very much right places, you know. We just have to make some folds. And don't make any other type of folds. It's a cape. It's holding itself only here and then in the ground, on the ground, and there cannot be folds like, for example, like this here. No, it's impossible. It will be just downwards and then like this. And it's a little bit boring, I know. So I will make them downward, but then a little bit on the side, because otherwise they will be parallel, and parallel things are pretty boring, especially on organic surfaces. If you're making a robot, yeah, parallel things, no problem, but organic, problem. Okay, touching the horns a bit. So we have made this cape, and it's not ready, of course. Let's press D to dynamically subdivide it. Yeah, we dynamically subdivided the horns, but it's okay. Let's subdivide the cape also. It's looking kind of good. Of course, it's not exactly looking perfect here, but probably when we accept the subdivisions, we can make it work kind of better. Because now we don't have enough polygons to make it look good. And as you can see, I'm changing between various brushes to achieve my goals. So if you wanna become better in ZBrush, you have to learn to change your brushes. And I'm changing brushes constantly. That's why I need these shortcuts, short keys. Without them, I will be ultra slow. It will just, you know, I'm thinking of something to do, and if I have to go ahead and change the brush from here, or go even through this menu, the brush menu, it will be hell. I cannot stand it, you know. That's why I use this this kind of methodology. Let's disable customize because it is making our canvas a bit smaller than it used to be, than it has to be. And here, I think it's fine, but we can push it a bit down and move this like that. Like that. Okay, I kind of like it. Let's make the dynamic subdivision on the... Ooh. My face is also, again, not visible. Sorry about that. But you don't need my face, you know. You hear my voice, which is cool, I think. So it's cool. But if you like my face, thank you. And let's continue. We have a few things that are still low poly and they are not dynamically subdivided. So let's dynamically subdivide this. Pressing D. It's not looking good. We have to crease. I always crease, so it's not a problem. We go to crease at 1. Don't crease it more because it will be awful. It will be super sharp, and super sharp corners are never good. Never make super sharp corners in 3D. The corners should be sharp enough, but not super sharp, because they have to take this kind of a specular on them. But you will notice that. This is a very good advice I'm giving you, so don't waste it. Now I will crease. And it's fine, but we need to make it thicker, I think. Alright, that looks fine. The other thing is, I will Shift D to disable this. I'll need a lip here. So, in order to make this lip, I will go to Z Modeler. And let's see, insert single edge loop. That's what I need. I will insert an edge loop here. And then I will mask these areas here. I'm control masking. And I think I have masked. Yeah, I think I masked them. Then I will control click to reverse the mask. Now I need my pivot here, but it's gone. So I'll alt click here, and then I'll move this, then probably rotate it a bit, and then move it again. And then while we have this kind of a base, I will move with the move brush from below, from every possible angle, to see how this works. That's why, and I always say that, of course, it's extremely important that you can navigate, rotating, moving, panning, zooming, everything you should be able to do. But you won't be able to do it if you don't practice it. So if you are starting this model with me and you are working with me, you'll probably at the end will be kind of used to the way ZBrush works, which is perfect. And that's why you have to do it. Then I will crease this, because you see when I press D to go to dynamic subdivision, we don't have a corner here and we need it. So I'll go to one edge, press space, crease, edge loop complete, it's pressed, and I will press here. And now I will have a little bit of an edge. Of course, when we accept the subdivisions, we can make a bigger edge or whatever. Let's try to make an edge here to see what happens. Why not? It's fine. I like it. Not the best, but I like it. So let's see it now. Not very nice, because this helmet is going inward. But it's easier for me just to increase it forward, or just increase it forward is very good thing to say. It's a very strange face. I think we should make a face below this, below the mask, which should be a bit more interesting and sympathetic. Who knows? We can make something very good. Or the opposite. We can make something pretty bad. So let's go to the armor, just alt click on it to select it from the subtools. You can see I'm very good at almost everything, but at just browsing through the subtools without going at all here. I don't work here almost. Sometimes I need this to see, to select my newest things that I have added. But most of the time I'm working in my area here. And I even can work with like this without most of the interface, which is kind of clean. This is when you press tab. So don't be scared, because sometimes you will press tab just without intention. And don't be scared if this happens. Just press tab again and it will be okay. That's good to know. That's a good tip, I think. So now, what else we might do? We might end this video and let's press perspective. Let's see. It's starting to look almost exactly like the concept, not perfectly like the concept, of course. It will require a lot more work to look perfectly, but probably we will even not make it look exactly like the concept. We'll make it kinda like the concept, because the idea of this tutorial is not to make this perfect. The idea is to learn the basics of ZBrush, learn the things that you will definitely need to sculpt with ZBrush in the beginning, and at the end also. The end is the beginning is the end. Make this sharper. It will look interesting, sharp, I think. Yes. So for now this will be our thing. We will continue next time either with the hands, the arms, or maybe we could work a little bit on the sword. It will be interesting, so don't miss it. Here we are again. This time it will be again for 20 minutes. So this time is like the last time. It's like every time. Let's try and press D while we are on the body armor. Press D. Ooh, it's looking pretty nice. But we will also do something else. Let's crease it, but let's see which is in the middle. Okay, we have a middle here, which is fine. And I will do this. I will get it solo because it will be easier to work with the solo. Then go to Z modeler, go to a the middle edge and press space. While holding space, crease, edge loop complete. Press those two and then crease it. But it's not gonna be very good because you see it's super sharp, it doesn't have any specular. So Control Z. Why? Because the crease is equal to the crease level here, which is 15, which is a lot. It will be the sharpest. So we'll go to 1. And then crease, and then press D to see what's happening. It's not quite good, but we will have to increase the dynamic subdivisions to see. Let's increase it to 4. And it's not exactly perfect again. So it's not very good, especially in this area here in the front. But it's not bad either. I mean, it's not the best. So let's try at 2. Crease it at level 2. Let's go to 2. Here. 2. Enter. And just press. And now it's a bit better. And I think this will be nice. Let's now try to make this work. Because until the middle area, it should be more straight. Everything should be straighter before the middle area. Okay, we can crease this also, but this is not looking very good here. I don't know why. Let's see. Okay, the topology of all those things is not very good because it's not good. It's not good, even worse than not good. Let's try it with the lesser topology and to see what's going on. Oh, it's amazingly bad. So let's try it with a little bit more, but not too much. 0.2, for example. Wow, this is completely not good. So yeah, it's difficult. So what I want is to have lines along this line here, along here. Let's try something else. I will show you something here, which is very interesting. When you zero mesh, which is this thing here, zero mesher. Yeah, when you zero mesh, you can put guidelines to guide the zero mesher to put edge loops there. So we go to B and select the zero mesher guideline brush. How to find it? It's Z and then zero mesher guides. Zero mesher guides, press it, and now we can drag guidelines where we want them to be. Exactly on those lines. If we are able to have the edge loops going exactly on these lines, we will be in a very great shape. But let's see, it's sometimes it doesn't work exactly as planned. So we just have to hope it will work. Just a little bit of a hope. And I'm not using those guidelines too often. I rarely use them. But sometimes when I want a good topology on some places, I just use them. So we have them now. Let's try to zero mesh. Just zero mesh when the guidelines are active. And it's absolutely hideous. If we can say hideous, it's hideous. And it's definitely hideous. It's not very good. Although, yeah, it's not very good, obviously. But the thing is that the lower poly count we have, the better it will be to adjust our geometry. So maybe we should work with this kind of polygons that we have, for example, now. Let's try this. Let's go to our move brush. So the Z guidelines sometimes work, sometimes don't work that much. In this case that we had, they didn't work. But in some cases, I'm just showing them to you to know that they exist. You can check them out, you can test them. For you, in some cases they could work, in some not that much. Yeah, here we have a problem, obviously, which is a big problem, and I don't know if we can decide, I mean, if we can fix this problem, but let me see now. I don't want these polygons here, so I will connect them together and then I will weld points. And I think they have welded, which is kind of good. Then I will go to Z modeler, go to a point. At this point we haven't got to a point yet. So go to a point, press space, and then stitch. And then press 1, 2. And they are stitched. And then press, again go to Z modeler, stitch, press 1, and then press 2. And we are good. Draw size, I just made it 0. I will make it bigger. This menu sometimes appears, not sometimes, every time appears when you press space and you are not on the model. You press space, it appears this menu. You have this, you have to select colors and stuff. I don't use it that much, this menu, but it's fine. It's fine that it appears. So with the move brush, we'll try to make this exactly what we want it to be. Just with the move brush, and arm yourself with not only move brush but patience, and we can do it. Patience will be greatly required here. Okay. Yeah, and since we have very little poly count, very less polygons, or not so many polygons, if we can say so, we have a greater control over everything. Of course, here, this becomes very, very bad. And yeah, I don't like it, of course. This is not good. But we don't have a choice now, because we already have started doing this. And if we zero mesh now, it will be to start from all over again. And this won't be that visible probably in the long run. So we might be cool with this. Yeah, from afar, we just get the backside. If it was visible, and because it wouldn't be, because of the cape, but if it was visible, we would be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, I'm saying it because it's like this. We could do something else. We could delete some of the polygons. For example, let's do it. Let's delete, oops. We have to go here with Control Shift and change our brush to select rectangle, and then Control Alt Shift and drag until we delete those polygons. And we need to delete those too, but we will delete them manually. I will show you how. Let's del hidden because we don't need them. Del hidden. Here in the back, let's see what we have. Yeah, they won't be that visible. And we will delete all those polygons in the bottom here. So let's do it by going to a polygon, press space while we are on Z modeler brush, of course, delete a single poly and start to delete some polygons here. And of course, when we delete all those polygons, we have an island and we can delete the whole island. We just change the action to delete an island, which is absolutely legit. We can delete also this edge loop here and we will be fine. And this edge loop was let me think a bit. How I deleted this edge loop, you will ask. I deleted it by accident. No, I deleted it when we have, because I am now on insert single edge loop. But how I deleted it? With Alt. Because now I created, with Alt I deleted. So this is the Alt version of this brush. Okay, move. Yeah, this takes a lot of time, obviously, and it shouldn't, but it does. So I think it's cool, but it's better to be having a good topology and then, you know, than to have bad topology. Wow, so wise, so wise. I don't know why, how I got this, you know, super, you know, wise things. Let's go to delete again single poly and delete those. And I think we are ready for thickness. So now we will use it to make thickness, but not now. Let's first make it a little bit more, you know, interesting. Not interesting, but to look better, at least. I think it's looking fine, but let's see. Okay, it's okay. We will crease and it will look fine. So for now, I would need to make a thickness. So the thickness will be great. I mean, big thickness. Let's do this. So extrude all polygons and inward. Big thickness. And then flip it. And now we have this thing which is more like an armor. And I appreciate it more. And this is better. Except for this part here, but hopefully this part will forgive us, because it will be kind of difficult to do it. So we'll leave it like this. Very bad and very heavy decision of our side, but we have to make it because we don't have a choice. But yeah, let's make it. We have a little bit of time, so we can try to do it. How to fix this? So we go to we're going to delete some polygons here. Delete a single poly, this, and this. And now we have to just connect them together. Let me see how we can do this connection. It will be difficult because we have between this part. We can try to erase it. Let's try Alt. Hopefully we haven't deleted something important. Okay. And from here also we can erase this. And it doesn't matter too much. And now we can connect them by going to an edge. For example, this edge. Then go to a bridge. And just press this one and then press this one. It doesn't happen. So again, press this one and then press this one. And now it had happened. Now press this one. It's difficult to press them because we have a lot of edges behind. And it's pretty difficult. But if you got it, maybe with the mouse will be easier. No, I haven't got it. Let's do this. No. I don't know working now. Let's try it again. Oops. It has happened. Now it is good. And now I will connect this point. I will stitch it. Okay, I will stitch this point to this point. And now it's kind of working. I mean, it's barely good looking. Not quite perfect, but it's, like I said, bearable. Maybe bearable, it's a good thing to say. Let's try to Dynamesh it. No, not Dynamesh. Dynamesh, never Dynamesh. We will dynamically subdivide it and then we crease. Let's try it too. Okay. We have something here. Let's crease some other things here. Crease, edge loop complete, this one. Very good. Let's crease this one. Also good. We don't care about those things because they are not visible. We only care about these things here. And they're looking pretty good. Let's crease also this area. And it's starting to look pretty awesome. I don't know if you understood even half of the things that I did to make this armor look fine. But if you did, thanks to the explanations beforehand of, about those things, it will be just amazing. And this will mean that you already are pretty familiar with ZBrush and its functions. And that is what we wanted to achieve, of course. So now we will push this inwards. So we'll get this kind of a thing. Let's see it. It's looking kind of good. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. So it's kind of in between. We see that here we have some empty space behind the head and also empty space where the legs are, but this in the legs we don't care. We care about this one. So we will put a sphere under the head to be able to fill this space. Let's append here from subtool, append sphere 3D, and it's kind of somewhere there, the sphere. We will find it in the bottom of our subtool menu. Yes, and where is it? It's just behind the head. So I will pull it down with W. Of course, I'm calling my pivot. I'll make it bigger. I'll pull it back, and then with the move brush and symmetry, I will push it backwards here also, so it will be just behind the head, barely visible. And this, I think, is pretty nice looking already. So we are on the right path here, hopefully. And one thing we have, which is still low poly, is those not shoulders, those things on the legs. So the knee armor, and I will have to press D, and then, which is dynamic subdivision, of course, it's D, go to 4, crease it at 1, crease, and then we have to crease it manually with Z modeler. Just crease this, and probably also this. And it's starting to look not very good, but not very bad. We can refine it later, of course. Other thing we want to do is press D on this and see what happens. It's not super perfect, but I think we can handle this. We can make it a bit like this. It doesn't have to be that sterile, yeah. And what else we can do is maybe start working on the hands. But the hands are a little bit tricky, because this hand will be like this, like it is now. But the other hand will have to pose, but it's not the problem. I will show you how to pose. Even with a lot of subtools, we'll be able to pose. And now our model is starting to look pretty awesome. Let me show you in the next video how to make those spikes here. I will show you 2 ways to make the spikes. One you know already, to append a cone and then put it with the pivot to rotate it, to move it until it fits where we want it to be. Maybe there's another way. Let's see, B. And then we go to some primitives. We have to have primitives here. I'm not sure where exactly they are, but we should find them at some point. Yeah, they're here. So let's see if we have a cone. Basically, we don't have a cone here. Let's see the other primitives. We don't have a cone here either. And that's unfortunate, because it will be easier if we had a cone in there. But if we don't worry if you don't have some of these brushes, because some of them mesh insert dot. Okay, we have this. Let's press M. No. So what's going on? Oh, it's not good. Okay, we will not work with this. Okay. So this will be for this video. I will show you how to make those conical spikes. Maybe in the next video or something else. We'll see. Nobody knows, but we'll see. So, bye for now. So this video will be very exciting because I will show you 3 ways of making those kind of spikes here on the shoulders. So first way is very straightforward. We will go to our subtool palette, then append, here, append, and then we go to a cone 3D. Nice. Let's try it, cone 3D. And the cone is appearing here inside, so we will just click on it here on the subtool menu, on the subtools. Maybe we can increase the count of the subtools. This increase count of the subtools menu is appearing first time, I think, in ZBrush 2019. So if you have lower version of ZBrush, you might think of upgrading because this is comfortable. Now we can click on it, and then we have to move it around this area. So this will be done by how? Think about it. Pressing W to get this the pivot and just dragging it here. So this will be one of our, let's turn on polyframe here. This will be one of our spikes. The thing is that this is not looking super nice, but let's try it. Let's press D to subdivide it, and it's super sharp, and it's not maybe the best option. We can of course decrease the sharpness by going to Z modeler brush, the Z modeler brush, and then insert single edge loop, and with Alt we will just delete some edge loops like this. Let's try it now. Okay, it will be a bit better, but this is a bit not that good. And then we might have to, of course, make it little, make it smaller, and then with Alt rotate it. But since I'm rotating with perspective, it will be a bit difficult, but not a problem. Yeah. Now we can rotate by the red axis and then put it where it belongs here. So this is one of the ways we can make our spikes. The thing is that I have to make them a bit smaller. We need adjustments, but with all of the ways that we can make them, we will need to make those kind of adjustments. Just doing. Notice that with the move tool, with this this 3D pivot, the thing is that with the white circle, you're rotating according to your camera. So the white circle is always straightforward to our camera. We can rotate, and with others, they're always to the axes. So it's up to you which one you will use. So now I think this is it. And how to make it appear on the other places? It will be manual with all the ways that we will do it. It will be manual. Control and drag will give us another instance, which we can put like this, rotate, and just put it in the right place. Okay, then again put our camera like this, because if you do it like that, it's not a problem, but you will need to rotate again. So yeah, rotate, put it here, and put it inward with the green. Yes, and then another one, control drag, rotate, rotate without control, and maybe one more, control drag, rotate, put it here. And that's the first way we can do this. And I will show you other ways, which will be basically the same as we'll have to put them over. So in order to get out of the mask, you just, you know, it was masked, everything but the last one. We just control drag outside the object and we get rid of the mask. Now this is that we have a very sharp area here, which I don't like, but we can always smooth it, and it would be a little bit smarter to smooth it before we start to multiply it. But whatever, it's just the way it is. So what else we might do? Let's just with one big move brush just put it on the right path. It looks fine. We can of course mirror and okay, and it will be like this, and you will see how this little detail is making the model look a bit more interesting. So it's fine, but we will delete it. Okay, it's no more here. and we don't have save, so we're doomed. But we will try something else. So first, we may make, this will be a little bit complicated, not too much, but let's hear me out. Just you need to be aware that this is an option. You don't need to do it, but just be aware that this is an option. I will just push this a bit inwards because it's too much interfering with the shoulder in this area. So a little bit like this. And I think now it's better. So the next way is to copy, to duplicate whatever part we want from the object. For example, I can duplicate the shoulders. So duplicate the shoulders. And now we are on the duplicate of the shoulders. And now we go to our pivot with W, press W, and then we go to this customize menu here, which is this green gear, this gear, press it, and then we can get cone 3D here. We can get another things. So what this do is this will convert our object that we are currently on to one of those primitives here, which is kind of useful because we can control them better from here. I will show you. So press it, and sorry, symmetry. Okay, we will disable symmetry and try again. Maybe with symmetry it doesn't work. Okay, so now we have this cone. Sometimes it makes it very small, but we have it here. So you won't see it because it's there, but if you press W again, you will have the option to make it bigger and put it here, for example. And now I like this cone a little bit better. So now press W again on the cone itself and press it again. So you'll have these options here. Let's turn on this and Shift D to disable dynamic subdivisions. Now we have the options on all these primitives here. We have the option to just make this, you know, to add, and here also we don't need that much polygons for this, especially on pieces like this cone that we will multiply a couple of times. I prefer to have control over the poly count. So the other cone that we had before is this poly count, and when we subdivide it enough, it will be a lot of polygons. This one in the beginning will start with a lot less polygons, which I think is cooler. So now I can go ahead and remove my perspective just to be able to move this point backwards a bit, so it will be not that sharp. Okay, and then I will press D to subdivide it. Now it looks more like from this area, because those spikes are not super sharp, you know. And I told you, nothing in ZBrush should be very sharp. So this is the other way we can do it. And now we can, of course, place it as exactly like the other one here. We can just do this and then just control drag and place it and stuff. But we will leave this. We'll disable the visibility of it, and I will show you the other way, which is very simple and very fast way. But for this we'll need to duplicate the shoulders again, because I don't want to use that way. I prefer to use the way that I've shown you just now. But I will show you the other way. So duplicate the shoulders, then solo them. So now we are on the duplicate shoulders. The other ones are there, but the duplicates are here. So now there's a little bit new thing. So now we have dynamic subdivisions. We don't have real subdivisions. We have dynamic subdivisions, and there are 5 of them. Maybe they are too much, but we'll see. We can apply those subdivisions and they will appear here as real subdivisions. Let's try it. Apply, and now we have 6 total subdivisions. We can drag them here, or we can press D to go up subdivisions, or Shift D to go down. You see here how they change. D a couple of times, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, until we go down. So we go up with a couple of times D, and then we have symmetry, and then we just make this, a masks on the places that we want those spikes. That's very easy. Then we reverse the mask by control clicking outside the object, and then with simple move brush we go press with Alt and drag, and it will go like this, and then we can smooth it. Of course it's not exact science here, but you see what I mean, how you can do it. Press with Alt and just drag, and then smooth with Shift. Just smooth with Shift, smooth with Shift. And this is not the most, how do I say, elegant way, but it's working, and also makes our spikes more cartoonish, more what we want them to be, and that's very, very cool. But for this we need to apply subdivisions, to have real subdivisions, which is a little bit not that, how do I say, flexible, not that flexible. So yeah, you will decide which way to use. I can use this, and then I can, for example, remove symmetry, make this, smooth it, and this will be good. You see, with the clay tubes I'm just making some places where his armor is eaten by bugs. No, it was chipped, so it's cool. It's chipped to some places, and this is a stylized way of making kind of armor damage. Yes, and we can also make some real damage with the normal brush, but it doesn't. We don't need to do it. Let's see everything and remove the other shoulders, and I think I can keep that shoulders. I show you the other ways, and I like the result of this way the most, so I will keep it for now. We have the other shoulder if we need it. I just disable the visibility of it, but we have it, so if we need it we can always go and take it. So now we may start doing some things for the arm, just those things here. We might need to do those, to extract those things and make them thicker or make them thickness, or we can leave them like this. It's up to us. Let's extract them. Let's extract them to practice extractions. So how to do this? Be very careful when you mask, because we need to mask first. Don't go over the edge like this. Don't. Just stay away from the edges, because after you extract, it will be bad. You know, so stay away from the edges. That's my advice. You can try to go over the edges, and then you will see, because you will see that it's not good, because you need mostly you need a straight surface without too much things on the edge. So it will be best after extract to just adjust it manually than to go over the edge here. So this, let's extract it. So I just masked with control and dragging, mask it. We don't have symmetry on the arms, which I don't care. So extract, because we can always, of course, mirror. It's very easy. Extract, accept, then make it solo, just to show you. So when we extract and accept, ZBrush is just jumping to our new subtool that it created, and we can Control Shift click to isolate only this group, then del hidden. And del hidden is, I haven't shown you, but yeah, it's here in modified topology, del hidden. It's a little bit, you know, from modified topology I'm using only mirror and weld, del hidden, weld points sometimes, and close holes, nothing else. And there are a lot of things here, so it's a little bit confusing. That's why I have it here, because it's one of my most used things. Del hidden, and then zero mesher on the low count. And sometimes zero mesher, when the things go very thin, it makes mistakes. So let's try to get rid of this by a little bit bigger count there. Yes, it's cool. Yeah, you just have to Control Z and try again when you have this kind of obvious bugs, but it's not exactly a big issue because it's not exactly a big issue, you know. So I'm just dragging with my high polish brush and then move brush here. Then I will show everything, and we can even deflate this a bit because it's too much outside the object itself, which is not good. Deflate it a bit, so inflate, but on the other side, and it's here. And I can zero mesh it again just to see what's happening. Every zero mesh that you made, it will make the smoother geometry, which sometimes is good, sometimes is not that good, but in our case here it's fine. Smoother geometry is fine for us. Now we can continue on the other places, but first let's move this. I want to make this good, the border here to be better looking. That's why we have a separate object now. That's why I extracted it, because we have more control, and that's a cool thing. So let's now, don't forget, I switched to the arm now, so I'm on the arm. Don't forget to disable this mask and before you make new one, because otherwise you will have a problem. It will extract both, and yeah, you don't want that. So disable one mask by control dragging outside the object, and now we are making this mask. Making the mask with control, just with control drawing on the object, making the mask, rotating, moving, everything. And now I will extract this. Extract, accept, again, Control Shift click, del hidden, and then zero mesher on the lowest. Let's see if it will make some problems. Yes, it had made some very huge problems here. I'm not sure why. Let's see. Let's make it with a little bit bigger polygon count here. Okay, now it's a bit better, although it has some issues here, which I don't know why they appear, but it's not exactly a big problem. So now I will deflate it again to match more the hand below, and then I will move this to go below the other armor. All right, and this is looking promising. Of course, we will need to zero mesh it a few more times probably. Let's try. Okay, it's a bit better. We can use this. And probably this will be it for this video, of course. And yeah, we'll continue in the next one, where I will show you some other things. And maybe we can start making the sword, or we'll see. So bye for now. And of course we cannot leave the hand just like this, the arm, and we will continue working on it. We are on the same subtool now, the subtool of this thing, and it doesn't look super nice because of those polygons here, so I will zero mesh it one more time to see what's happening. And still it's not exactly the best, because we need more polygons in this area here, so we will be able to make this kind of groove. It's not a groove, but whatever, we have to make it, so it will be good to have polygons there, because if we have less polygons there now, while we need more, after we subdivide, in some places we'll have to subdivide it we'll have to subdivide it in a level that in some places it will be too much geometry unneeded, and in some places it will be not enough. But that are concerns, you know, when you are a beginner in ZBrush, that is not a big concern yet. That are more advanced concerns, if we can say so. So now let's make thickness of those parts. Z-modeler, go to a poly, extrude all polygons. So we will extrude now. Let's try that. Extrude inward, and it's gone. And we have to flip to see it. Okay, we flipped and it's there. It's cool. And now we will extrude also this one. Extrude inward a lot, and then flip and see it. So I extruded kind of a lot, more than I need, because it will be better to have it more than we need than to have it not enough extruded. Yes. So everything looks pretty awesome now, but I want to do one more thing. Let's move this a little bit upward like this. I want to go inside and make this inside polygroup go over the outside polygroup. So we have this kind of in between, the thickness visible from here, for example. How do we do that? And if you don't understand what we want to do, just watch. So now we can control click with first. If we want to select one polygroup and mask everything else, we have to go to our pivot. And now we are on pivot mode, although we don't see the pivot. But if we control click on this, our pivot is coming there, and also only this polygroup became unmasked. Everything else is masked. And then with the move brush, we go and move this upwards. And that's what I want to do. Move this upward so it's more visible from a lot of places. This will give us a little bit more readability, I think, of this part. But that's just my opinion. We'll see how it goes. But this was a good time to show you how to use the pivot, not the pivot, but the 3D gizmo. This is the 3D gizmo. How to use it to just select different polygroups. And now, very important, when you have this kind of extruded mesh, low poly and everything, don't ever use Dynamesh again on it. Use Dynamesh only for the beginning, for the main forms and stuff. And after you do the low poly, after you do extrusion and then zero mesher and everything, don't do Dynamesh. It will be a big mistake. You will have a mesh that you will not be able to control easily like we are controlling it here, because low polys are much easier to control than high polys. So that's a big tip, and hopefully you will remember. When we have this, we have it and it's cool. Don't Dynamesh it ever. So now I will control drag to disable the mask. Then I will go to the hand and just smooth around these areas here. Disable the mask again on it, on the arm itself, and smooth. So, and then I will go with my standard brush with Alt just to push this down. And also we can do it with 5, which is a high polish brush. The high polish brush, we're doing this, and we will do also this. We don't need these things anymore. We have them as a separate object, so we don't need them to be appearing in here. Even they are obstructing us from having a good looking hand or arm, for that matter. Yeah, probably you already understood that I am always, or kinda most of the times, say arm and I mean say a hand and I mean arm. But that's just the way I am. Okay, now you notice that I'm not using symmetry. And I don't particularly care about this now, because I can just, you know, Control Shift and then Alt. When we Control Shift drag, we see this. And I'm holding Control Shift, I'm dragging, and then we just press Alt, and you know, we can erase this, del hidden. Now we don't have the other arm. And we don't need it, you will see, because we will just do what? We'll see what we will do. But let's continue working on this. So now I would like to put one more, insert a polygroup here. You notice? Insert. It will be good to have one more row of polygons here. When we subdivide, it will be easier to make a detailing here, because we will have more geometry when we subdivide. Yeah, I'm just thinking about a lot of things. So inside, I'm noticing that this should be more inward. With the standard brush and Alt, I'm just pushing it. This is looking a little bit odd. So with the move brush, I will move it. And then we will do the same for this thing as we did for the elbow armor, which will be to press W, and now we are on pivot mode, then Control, click, and then we have masked, and then we press Q to get out of pivot mode, and then with the big move brush, we go ahead and just make sure that this is visible a bit. Not too much though, just a little bit visible. We can do it from here also, because all other things are masked, so it will be easier. Okay, here we don't need it because it's hidden, but I think it's cool. Control drag, and let's show everything else with the solo button. I use solo button all the time, but I said that, so it's cool. Let's press D. This is dynamic subdivision, of course, and we need crease. We go to crease at 1, crease it, and then we go to dynamic subdivision on 4, for example, and we have a pretty good result. But we need to push it so this kind of thing that is showing is kind of same all around. It will be more consistent. It's looking good. Now this, press D, then crease at 1 crease level. Okay, dynamically subdivide at 4 or 3 or 4. 4 is nice. It's nice. Then let's see this. And since this is not subdivided, this is not creased, we'll go ahead and crease it manually, just pressed here. And it's creased now. It's looking good, although we can put one more polygon probably here, but yeah, let's not get over ourselves. I think it's fine. Probably here we need to crease it more. Yes. Yeah, when the angle is bigger than 45 degrees, it's not getting creased. So we need the angle to be smaller than 45 to have the crease. Then I can move this inward exactly like this, and it's kind of looking good. Yeah, one hand at least is looking kind of good. Since this and this both are creased the same, we can merge them easily. And I haven't shown you how to merge things yet, but we have to do this also. Let me see. Okay, the problem here is, you see here is sharper, this angle, and here is almost non-existent, because this, the closest edge, is a bit far away in this direction, and also the same for this. So what we can do is, with move brush, we can move these things closer to the edge, and it will be fine. Of course, this could be done also with another interesting thing, Z modeler. Go to a point, and then slide. We have to find slide. And then we just slide this point, and we will not crump the geometry, we will not make it, you know, wrinkly, because it will slide along the edges and it will go exactly where we want it to be. Of course, this is slow. We can also slide pieces of edges too, but I wanted to show you how to slide points, and it's pretty easy. And for this one, we can slide the whole edge, or edge loop complete, or edge loop partial. Let's try edge loop complete, but we don't want the whole edge loop to slide, so we'll mask some area of the loop that we don't want to slide, and we will slide the rest like down. Not so much down. And then we can go to each point and slide it a bit. And we have a pretty good result, I think. Yeah, it's a little bit crimply, but it's nothing too much, so it's fine. And this thing here is pretty ugly, but it will probably not be that visible, so no, it will be, but it's not that big of an issue, I think, so it's cool. Let's go with our inflate brush, inflate this uniformly, and it's fine. So now I will apply subdivisions in order to make this kind of groove. Apply here, the button, apply, next to dynamic, apply, and now we have 5 subdivision levels. How to groove? We can use Orb Cracks brush. It's pretty good brush for the grooves, but if you don't have this brush, we can use down standard brush, which is 7 in our case here, and the down standard brush is good job. It's doing a good job. Then we increase the lazy radius. Lazy mouse should be on. We'll increase the lazy radius, excuse me, and we will just drag along, and we will have this kind of interesting thing. It's not that interesting though, but it's a kind of detail which we don't want to miss. It's a good detail. People like this kind of detailing. Okay. And also, we have to make the same here. So let's apply dynamic and try to make the same detail here. And I think we have succeeded pretty well. Let's solo it, because here it will be easier when we see where we're going. Maybe the top part we can do it too. Why not? Let's do it to the top part. Why only the bottom part? In the concept it's only the bottom part, but I don't think we should differentiate that much. Next we can go to lower subdivision with Shift D, and then with a big pinch brush we can pinch this a bit, so we have this kind of sharp result. It will be better preserved or better observed by the public, or better accepted by the public when it's a little bit sharper, since this is a stylized character, highly stylized or heavily stylized, if we can say. And this is starting to look, like I said already, pretty awesome. Now this thing, we can increase the Dynamesh levels on it, so this could be better looking. So now we are at 48, I think, yes. So we can go at, for example, 122, press polish, that's why it's there, 122, enter, and then Dynamesh. And now we have this. It's looking fine with the damp standard brush without lazy radius. We can just go ahead with Alt and just push it, pull this, push pull, stuff like this, and it's starting to look pretty awesome. I'm smoothing, and then I'm going clean with the damp standard brush to make this happen. Also smoothing here with shift, and then with the down standard brush, just filling this. Now, I'm always working with low subdivisions in the beginning in order to make the whole thing work, and after that, only after that, I'm moving to a higher subdivision, because otherwise the model tends to be to get crumply or wrinkly or whatever, and it's not looking professional at all, so we don't want that. So use your low subdivisions in the beginning, use Dynamesh wisely, go step by step up, don't ever jump like a lot higher in the beginning with subdivisions, because you will get bad results, definitely. And now with the down standard brush, I will deepen those grooves so they will be more pronounced. And also here for the thumb, I will deepen this, and it's starting to look pretty good. It already has started, but still with the inflate brush we can go and make this even better looking. And then with the down standard brush again here. The hands are pretty important. Don't get me wrong, the hands and the face are the most important things, but the face in our case is not that important since it's not visible, although maybe in the next or the video after that we can make some face just for fun, just to loosen up a bit and stuff before starting to poly paint and to do some other very serious activities. I'm joking, of course, they're not that serious because poly painting is mostly fun. But I think it's looking kinda good. If it's not, I'm sorry, but that's all I can do. Yeah, I was good before, now I'm not. So that's all I can do. Sorry about that. And continuing, I think it's looking pretty good, although this should be kind of armored, so let's try to make it look armored like this. This is an armor, this could be armor piece here, why not? Just making some, this could be something like this. I'm just trying some stuff, trying to look like an armor glove, and I don't know if I succeed or if I have succeeded, but at least I'm trying. I think it's good. So let's show it, everything, and it looks pretty awesome. I will smooth it a bit, and then I will mirror it to the other side. The hand, I will press X, so we will have symmetry now. And then I will merge. Let's talk about the merge for a little bit. When this subtool and this subtool, we want to merge those two. These are this one and this one. We have to see if they have the same subdivision number, and they have it. So we go to the top subdivision, to the top subtool, and the other is on the bottom, and we go to merge down. So merge down is very much used when we want to lower our subdivision count to make less not subdivision, subtool count. So now I will merge down, and ZBrush will say this is an undoable operation. This is not undoable. So are you sure? I say okay. And now ZBrush is saving the project file, but it's on. It's now one, as you can see, one subtool, and then it has all the subdivision levels because they were equal. If one of them was 4 subdivisions and the other 5, the resulting mesh will be 4 subdivisions. So the lower will apply. If one of them is 2 subdivisions and the other is 10, the resulting mesh will be 2 subdivisions only. But since they both are 5, it's just the best result we can get. So we can go down a little bit and we can end this video right about now because it's already time. I tend to make videos less. Let's mirror it. Mirrored it. It will be 500,000 polygons, ZBrush says, but I don't care that much because all my model now is 1.5 million polygons, which is very good since most of the things are just dynamically subdivided, not really subdivided. And how do you see your poly count? It's here, active and total points. Active is on this subtool that is active now, but you can just hover your mouse over this active subtool and you will see extract tree is the name, then polish points and stuff, total polygons and everything. So yeah, we have a pretty good result already. So see you in the next video. We'll see what we'll do there. Here we are again. What are we gonna do today or in this video is up to us completely and outerly up to us. I would like to clean up a bit those not gloves but something like this, just to give them more character, so this groove to be deeper, it will be better. I think so. We'll see. So next thing, since we have symmetry or not have symmetry, we don't have symmetry. I can del hidden, but bear in mind that if you have subdivisions like we have here, we have 5 subdivisions, you cannot del hidden. Yeah, we have to switch on the lowest subdivision level, del hidden, and then go to the highest subdivision and we will be okay. So bear in mind that. Yeah, last time when we have made this mirror, I haven't pressed X to activate symmetry, and that's why we have this problem. I will disable symmetry now and just do the same as I did with the shoulders. Just a few of those things like this, just with the clay tubes, little by little, and then smoothing, and we'll get this chipping, which is always interesting to see. Maybe we can get also some kind of a deep groove or something like this. Also here, but why not? It's pinch. Okay, let's go to the damp standard brush, then do this, then pinch the ends, and we can go closer and pinch this, so it's gonna be sharper and it will look more cartoonish, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Okay, we have this. Now we go to the pants, not the pants, but the legs, and we have to make something here because the legs are very low poly, and before we start anything else we should fix them to make them higher poly. So let's go to resolution about 120 and polish and Dynamesh. The polish will make sure that we have smooth transitions all over, which is good, and I'll make some deep grooves with the down standard brush here, and then little by the down standard brush again, but without the alt pressed, I will go, but with very light pressure, I will go to the edges of this groove. I'm calling it groove. I'm not sure if it's exactly a groove in English, but let's call it a groove and call it a day, you know. Let's not argue about these kind of things. It's not professional. this also deeper, and then a little bit like this to make it sharper, to make it more appealing. It's a little bit more professional if we make it sharper on the edges, like I'm doing now, if you can see. And then we can go with the pinch brush. And with the pinch brush we can make this thinner, so it's not that thick. Also here we can try it. And also with the big move brush we can go ahead and make this sharper, like this edge here to be a bit sharper. And also I think with the big standard brush we can go and add a bit of a geometry here, so we can go ahead and with a high polish brush make it like this. Let's see if it's looking good. I'm just testing the waters. I'm not sure how it's in the concept because it's not very clear, but I think this is kind of good. This is kind of pretty nice. This is kind of pretty nice. Yeah, my English is the best, you know. Yep, just a perfect English, always. Yeah, I'm famous with my amazing English, as you can hear, probably. But it doesn't matter. What matters is if you learn something from me, even with this not so good sounding English. Although I've heard people telling me that my English is very that my voice is very soothing and comforting. But yeah, different people, different opinions. For some people I'm somehow irritating, I think, or they should be that kind of people. There are always people that will think of the other guy to be like irritating or something. Haters, you know, haters gonna hate, and the world will continue to turn, if we can say so. Okay, so let's go to the so we are refining some stuff. I think we should refine also this cape, but the thing is that I'm not sure about this cape, that if I'm gonna make it thick. But let's make thickness, why not? Thickness is always good. So we have lower subdivision, or it's just lower, and we will extrude all polygons inward. And now we'll have to disable double and see if they're turned, but they're not flipped. Now they're flipped, they're not flipped, so it's cool. And let's press D to dynamically subdivide, and then we may subdivide it, not dynamically, but absolutely legit subdivision we can make. But first let's crease it, at least at 1. I always, not always, but most of the time I crease because I need this kind of edge here. The thing is that the crease is getting also those edges here, which is exactly not what we want, or not exactly what we want. So I will increase the threshold of the crease and uncrease all crease. It's not good. So I'll increase it, uncrease all crease. Yeah, some things also, despite the fact that I did it, are creased because we have very bad geometry here. But I don't know if we can make it better. But let me just do it again and let's see if we can make it better. I think we can. So Control Z a few times until we get back to this without the thickness mode. Okay, now we go to B, Z. I'm pressing B and Z on my keyboard to go to Z Remesher Guide Brush, this brush. I select it, I make my brush smaller, and then I go like this. Just a guide here, then another guide here. I'm not exactly sure this will work because those guides are a little bit selfish, but sometimes it could help. For example, this time Let's see. Now we will zero mesh. Let's see. It's absolutely bad because of this here. What's going on? We can try it again, zero mesh. And now I think it's a bit better. The zero mesh is a bit better. So we may as well leave it as it is now. Yeah, now it's pretty good. I'm kinda happy with this. So I will use it, of course. All right. I'm just making some adjustments with the standard brush. It's kind of cool. So let's make the thickness now. Thickness, pretty thick, okay. Ooh, this thickness, it's not bad, not good. I don't know why. We have here some issues. Oh yes, we have some polygons that are a bit interestingly positioned. So what we can do is zero mesh again. Hopefully it will not ruin our geometry. No, it's keeping it, which is fine. Let's zoom over and try it again. Okay, I think this time is kind of good. Although not perfect, but there is nothing perfect in this life. So now let's decrease at 1, crease it, and now it's kind of better. Of course we have some issues around this area. Why? When you're polyframing, you will notice that we can have this or this. You know, we have here little buttons inside the button. One is to remove the lines and the other is to remove the colors. But we don't use it. We don't use them. We don't need them. So I noticed that here there is a problem because maybe the crease isn't in this here. So I will crease edge and crease this edge, and now I think it's better. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Yeah, it's somehow not very good geometry here in this area. Particularly in this area, it's not very good. Also, this is pretty far away from the end where we need it. So I will move it closer to the edge. And in here, we have some issues also. I'll try to fix them. So in this video, obviously, we haven't started the sword, but we will start it probably right after this cape is kind of good. And I think it's kind of good already. Let's make it even this color. But what is this color? Let's try, why not this? Yeah. And now we go to fill object, and since it's RGB, we fill it with the color. If it was M, we fill it with material, but that I will explain it later. Now we'll get back to our white color, and we have only the cape in this color. In order to select the color, you go to the color, your mouse over the color, and press C, and now you have this color, and we can fill, and also this one here we can fill. And then if we go to the white, we have filled those things. Of course we have to make thickness of this thing here, but it's pretty cool to know how to make those colors. Of course I haven't shown you everything, and I shown you just for a notice. Then we will make him a bit of this yellowish brownish color, but later. So now let's try to make the sword. I can see the sword quite well, so I'll press Z, then move, and then press Z again. Then we can start to make the sword. How to start to make something that is completely out of our object. Of course, we will start, or we can, with appending a cube. And we will have to go to the bottom of our stack to find this cube and click on it here on the subtool palette. Then with W we'll get our pivot and place the cube in front of our object. Make sure that it's not with perspective, because with perspective, when you move, you don't know what will happen. Now we turn on polyframe and solo just to see this. So this will be the blade of our sword, but not exactly all of this, only part of this. So Control Alt Shift drag to hide everything except for this side. So you notice what I did. I did this, and then with space it's very difficult. What are these emojis? Okay, so I pressed to hide everything, but you see how the right side is not covered by this red. Yeah, wait. So from here, yeah, the right side is not covered. So there only this is here. Del hidden. Then I will continue with disabling this, and then this, hiding it, and then del hidden. So I hidden everything except for this part, and this part is here, you know. I will make symmetry, I will do some other stuff with it, but for now we have it. I will press with Alt here while I'm on my pivot, which I have with W, and then I will make it bigger on all directions, and the simpler the form is, the better. I'm not sure I want to make the sword in this form, because it's a bit strange. Maybe a normal sword will do, but let's try it first with this form and we'll see. So the sword should be like this, and this is basically the blade of the sword. Yeah, it's nothing too much, but it's cool. I will mask with Control drag this middle thing, reverse the mask, and nothing happened because we have extremely low poly. But now when we move, we are moving only this middle thing, and I will move it here on the top. We'll need it for later. We will need it later, probably. Who knows? And then we'll make the handle. But how to make the handle? Probably it will be for the best if we duplicate this just by clicking on the duplicate button, which is completely normal, and then turn it, put it down, make it smaller, and then just del this. So deleting in ZBrush, as you can see, is by just hiding it with Control Alt Shift and drag, hiding the form, and then press del hidden. It's pretty easy, nothing to be scared about. Some people are scared, wow, how I delete things in ZBrush? Yeah, it's pretty easy. So this will be the handle, and yeah, we're running out of time, but I'm making very simple forms now. So duplicate this to make the it's not hilt, or I'm not sure how it's called, the guard. Yeah, let's call it the guard. So the guard will be this piece. The guard, of course, will need to have a middle insert. I will insert one edge in the middle of the guard, and then I need a symmetry to make it to make the guard. So let's press X to activate symmetry, but X symmetry, now it's X symmetry, it's not working for us. We need Y symmetry. Y symmetry is good, and Z symmetry also. We can have two symmetries at once. And now if I go to my move brush and move this down, you see what happens, because we have symmetry by this axis and by this axis here. So both axes we have symmetry on, and it's pretty good, yeah. So this will be the base of our guard. Now here I will add again a poly, not a poly, but the edge. Then I will mask this bottom edge, reverse the mask. When I want to move or rotate or just do something with some edge, I just mask it and then reverse the mask. And then I can work on it, make it wider, so it's the pommel of the handle. Then I release the mask and put it down a bit. So now this is the base of our sword. Of course, it's 2D yet, but it's we will extrude and then we'll modify it after extrusion. Okay, let's extrude the sword itself. Extrude, flip it, then we'll have this, but it's not sharp, so we might want to sharpen it, of course, sharpen it. How? It will be pretty easy. We will mask this and then this, then reverse the mask, and nothing happens because we are extremely low poly, but we will put it in the middle, this, with alt clicking on this button, and then I will drag this slider right and it will become sharp. Yeah, you're noticing that I kind of know what I'm doing. So I disable the mask, then mask this, only this part, reverse the mask, and then do the same, alt click here, and then make it smaller, smaller, like this. And perhaps it's a little bit not good, but I will also move this thing upward here, and we can stitch it later, because now we are over our time basically. But this is kinda the sword that we want. I don't know if the sword is sharp on both ends. Probably in this it's not that sharp, so let's just make it a bit bigger like this. And yeah, maybe this thing, just this to be sharp, and I will move this down. So you're noticing how I'm just masking something, reversing the mask, and then move it, scale it, or whatever. So this is the base of our sword. It started to look normal, like sword. We can make it a bit thicker. It will be fine. And then we can end this video, and I'll see you in the next one, which will be about the sword again, probably. Yeah. So guys, let's continue making this sword. Let's disable perspective, because with perspective we cannot see exactly from front or exactly from the side view. Now we can, and I'm seeing that this part here is not flat. It's not it's flat, but it's not exactly on the side, aligned to the side. So what I'll do is drag a big mask and just barely get this, and I think I did it. And then I will, of course, control click to rotate the mask, to invert it. Then I will alt click this icon here, this one, alt click it. This will go to unmeshed center, and now I will do this, and I will see that I don't have symmetry, which is not good. And I will do the same thing again with symmetry this time, and now I have symmetry because I pressed X. Press X to have symmetry. Then I will do this mask, invert the mask with control click, press W, alt click to go to the unmasked center, then alt drag here until it gets to this the widest point, and then drag this slider, drag it a few times until this is completely flush. So what we did here is we masked all those 4 points, and then by scaling them they just aligned to one plane. And since this plane is exactly on the view like this, it is completely good. So I can now move a little bit those things here. I can even probably move this. No, I have to, of course, disable the mask, or not disable the mask, but get rid of the mask, if we can say. Okay. So I think the sword will be good this way. Maybe. We'll see. But I think it will be good. I don't like it exactly how it is here, so I will make it like this. And it's looking fine. So let's make thickness for this part. Extrude all polygons, it's okay. Move it. And it's fine. We can always change it. Flip. How to change the thickness? We will alt click, so our pivot is here, but our pivot, we get it with W key or E or R, but W is the closest. I said that already a few times. And then we will make this bigger, and it's looking good. So now I will go to this one and make also thickness. Let's see how big. I think this is good. Flip it, and now we have this kind of thing. So the handle here should be a little bit rounder, or he will hurt his arms. Although his arms are pretty armored, but still, let's make it rounder, and it will be fine. So how to make it rounder? Let's press X, so we'll have symmetry, and then I will get one more symmetry with, no, not with Y, with Z. Yes, so I'll have 4-way symmetry now. If I move 1 point here, 4 points will be moved. So I will move one inside, and probably this one I will move also inside. So this will become a bit more rounded. We'll see. This will go like this. And maybe we can add one more with the Z modeler brush. I got it. And just click on this. Then mask only this area. Invert the mask. Then place with Alt our pivot in the mask area, in the unmasked area already, and just make this. Then again for this one, again mask, invert the mask, then put our pivot there and make it like this. Looking good, right? Yeah, the sword is starting to take a pretty good shape. Now we'll go to the top, to this one, and press X also. So now we have all types of symmetry here. But I will mask, no, why masking? We can do it manually by just taking a big move brush and just push this in that direction. And it's kind of good, except for this part here. We should think about that. Probably we can do this. Add a loop here, and then just make this a bit wider there, and here also. And this should do. That should do. Then of course I would like to take out this middle part, so it could have a bit more shape there. And then I will press D for dynamic subdivision. Of course, dynamic subdivision will make this absolutely unusable, but we will try to crease it at 2 this time. Probably 2 will be best. And dynamic subdivided at 4, and the crease manually something. So we go to Z modeler brush again, press space, insert, no, we want crease, so we go to crease, edge loop complete, crease, edge loop complete, and we crease this edge. And let's see what else we can crease. What else? Maybe the middle edge also. It will be a good idea to crease this. It's creased. It doesn't appear that way, but it's creased. So we can, in order to have an angle here, we will go to an edge. So hover an edge, then insert, single edge loop, and insert one edge loop here, and drag it so it has this kind of thing. Looking good, although I will go to my move brush by pressing 4, and then I will move this inwards because it looks a little bit strange. Let's see, okay, there, it's looking strange. Now I think it's a bit better. And if we want this to be a bit with more shape, we should do, again, insert here, like this. But not until the end, a little bit before that. So if we press Shift D to see it without the dynamic subdivision, it's not exactly until the end, but it's looking good. So this sword, as you can see, is starting to take shape. Of course, we will again press D for dynamic subdivide. We'll crease at a little bit higher angle, maybe at 1 this time. Let's crease it. Okay, dynamically subdivide at 4. All right, and we'll have to probably increase some things, but we'll see. Okay, let's see what we have here. We don't have enough polygons in this area, so we will put one, insert a little bit here, so this will be a sharper transition, and probably also here and here we will put polygons. It's a good idea to have some polygons there, also probably in this area. So now it will be fine, although I don't want these to be creased. So what we'll do is go crease, edge loop complete, and click with Alt, so the crease will be gone. Okay, and then I will crease this just by clicking on it, and then when we press D, we have not perfect result, although let's see, we can crease. Let's crease this. I cannot touch it. Sometimes creasing is difficult. Okay, this is good. I will crease also this one, and this is kind of nice. I think this is fine. Yeah, a good handle. It's a bit thin, but since we'll have to push it into his hand, which is already in fist, it's a good idea to be thin. Then we will get again D. Amazing, amazing. Crease at 2. Crease it. Then dynamically subdivide at 4. And we always want to manually crease those kind of things. I will press to crease, then press this to crease, and I will uncrease. Let me see what I will uncrease. So now we'll have creased this and this. We don't want that. I will crease only one of them. This one I don't want, so I will go crease edge, not edge loop complete, edge, and then alt click this, and I will zoom in and alt click this. Let's see if we were able to do it. I think we kinda were able to do it, but we need more polygons here, so we'll go to insert, edge loop, complete, and let's put one edge loop here so it's sharper, then one in here and one in here, and let's put one in there, and let's see what's happening. Now it's looking a bit better, and of course we can always chip this, but first with the move brush I will try to make it a bit more interesting. Yeah, why not? Why not? This is looking good. So now we have kind of a sword. All of those things are creased, not creased, but dynamically subdivided on 4, I think. So let's see, 4. Okay, we can merge them. Merge down, and we have the sword. It's a one subtool because I have merged them. I've clicked on the top one, and there were two below, and then merge down 2 times. And now we have this. Let's see our model. Where is it? Shift, click on the eye, nothing happened. Shift, click on the eye again, and all the subtools will be visible. And we see our model is looking pretty good. And now I would like to color the handle and the other part of the sword. So I'll go here, press Ctrl Shift, click, and I see that this is there are a lot of polygroups here in our sword. Although I've clicked on this, now we can make only the separate meshes inside this subtool, which are 3: the blade, the guard, and the handle. There are 3 separate meshes, but they have a lot of polygroups. So now we will make every mesh a separate polygroup. Only 3 groups. So how do we do that? We go to polygroups and group auto groups. Okay, yeah, this is auto groups, but I have it here. Auto groups is the same in my menu custom. So I will auto group, and now I can Control Shift click and just have whatever I want selected. So I Control Shift clicked on this, then I will reverse the selection and I will hide also this. And when I reverse the selection again, I will have selected only this one, and I can poly paint it with some color. Let's see what color will be this brownish tint. I think this will be fine, and I will just press Fill Object. I make sure whatever brush I am, it has to be RGB on, and I will just Fill Object. And now I will show this, and it will be cool. Okay, we have the sword already. Let's put it in his hand, or at least somewhere there. Ooh, without symmetry we have to work. I'm talking like Yoda. Without symmetry we have to work, young Padawan. Now this sword, of course, I would like to make it a bit broader, I mean a bit more fat, because, and I will click here, so it's in the middle, and I will make it a little bit thicker, because it doesn't suit him. He has this thick armors and everything, and the sword is thin. It doesn't work. Now it's working, I think. It's kind of cool, although this sword doesn't look super good to me. Maybe I will do something for that, but I will have to apply the subdivisions first. Another thing. Also, we will need to put materials, but that will be a thing for another video. Now we are kind of done with the sword, and we can continue with some other things, but in the next video. Okay, what I want to do in this video is something interesting. First, let's isolate the head, and let's see. Okay, it's Dynamesh in resolution. Okay, let's increase the resolution to this one, polish, and do this. And now I'll just go with my damn standard brush and make this happen. I don't like it, so I will go to the lazy mouse, increase it to 41, and just drag a few times, and then on top and on the bottom, and then smooth a bit. But you have to be careful every time you work with this kind of things. Be careful. Then with the pinch brush, I'll just pinch this, and we'll have it. This is looking nice, though we can, let's move this here, so the lazy mouse to 1. Okay, and I'm not sure what exactly we should do there, but since this is a fairly stylized character, we can get away with almost everything except for a lot of detail. A lot of detail will ruin this character, so we'll have to be careful about that. I'm just making this kind of thing, So he basically, I think, probably wears a helmet. But below the helmet, what is it below the helmet is the question. Let's think about that. So, to think about that, we will duplicate this. Let's just make this a bit more like that. Like that. Okay. It looks fair. Now I will duplicate it. What? Here. Duplicate. Then make it smaller by inflating it like this. Deflating it basically. Smooth it. And then we'll think how he will look just for fun. We'll never see this in the final thing, but sometimes if we have time, we need to just make some fun things. And probably his head won't be that with this thing in the middle. Maybe his eyes will be like this. Maybe he will have kind of a nose. Little bit of a nose. Smoothing. And just working with various brushes. Mostly with move brush and one of my favorite, clay tubes brush. This could be the nose. We could smooth that. And I think he is a happy guy. So we'll make him smile. Maybe his chin won't be that sharp. He's looking like a skeleton or skull, like a skull. But it doesn't matter that much. We are cool. So let's make him smile. Okay. I like my characters to smile. So I'm pushing here a little bit. We have the teeth. We'll push them inward. And the bottom teeth will be more inward. Then I will smooth. And then we'll have this kind of thing. He's smiling. Our guy. Our knight. In the original artwork, he is holding here kind of a rope. Not exactly a rope, but some kind of rope. That he's having some kind of prisoner. Which is, I think, a zombie. Which is on 4 legs. But I think it would be a bit of a complication to make it. So we will make just this. The idea of the whole video, of the whole course, is to make you familiar with ZBrush, practice a bit, make you a bit more confident. And then if you start your new work, you can always just look at this one, look at this course, because you know you always can, and just repeat the things you learned from here. That basically will be fine. And now I'm not talking a lot because this is just for fun. You can easily skip this video if you want. Yeah, let's see. Okay, these eyes, they are looking pretty not good. So I'll make him like this. I think it would be better. A little bit of a Japan face. Yes, looking fine. And maybe after that we'll start refining the model a bit, adding details here and there, not too much, but we need to add a bit, otherwise it will look a bit dull, and we don't want dull, we want it to look good. So we'll add a few things. We'll move these things inward. Obviously his head won't be like this. He will be most likely something like that, and those will be ears. Let's see if we can make ears like this. Probably we can do everything, so ears won't be that big of a problem. So I'm making sure everything is going inwards from the base thing, because otherwise when we turn on the helmet it will go above it, which is not exactly what we need. So these are the ears. They're looking awful, obviously. But the thing is that we don't need to make them look super nice, because we are doing this for fun. So it's fine. Can make this. He's very happy, I don't know why. You know, now it's Valentine's Day here, and I'm making videos for this course. What's happening with my life? I don't know. But you know, I have a wife and 2 kids, and my wife has gone somewhere, maybe with some other guy. Probably not. But and yeah, whatever. She may have fun. I'm cool with that. I like to make videos. So that's my real love, ZBrush. I'm with her now, so I'm happy. That's the thing. But don't tell my wife. It's a little bit, you know, not good. Okay, so making the lower lip a bit. When somebody is smiling, their lips are getting not that thick, thinner. Let's make this lower lip a bit inward. Like this is better. So you seen it was a bit not that good, but when we pushed that lower lip inward and the upper lip above it, we have made some progress. Now we're making this at the edge. We don't have to make this exactly because it's a stylized character, so most of the things will be gone from his head. I mean, not gone, but they will not be present at all. Not will be gone. Let's make some teeth, which is absolutely unnecessary and even will not do good, but I just wanna see how it will look not good. Yeah, if you are making stylized character, maybe someday I will make a course about stylized characters. You don't have to go and make a lot of detail. You have to make some things in some places, and the good stylized characters have the exact things on exact places, few of them, but good looking. And that's it. The form of the skull, form of the anatomy skull, anatomy form of the skull. And I think we are done. Let's show everything. Okay, it's good. Let's remove the helmet. Where is it? Okay, it's here. And now we see our character. He has big horns, a smile. Yeah, he looks good. He's a cute little guy. That face is not exactly for this guy, obviously, but it's just for fun. Okay, so now we get rid of it. Just disable the visibility of it by clicking on the eye icon, and now we can continue working on our character. We have some poly painted things, so let's make thickness of this, or for this, or in this. Let's make this thicker, or thick, because now it's just the plane. Basically, I'm gonna extrude inwards a lot, so flip, and now we have to make crease. Crease at 1, crease edge something 4 is nice, And we have to increase those things because we don't need them creased. Edge loop complete, alt click here, alt click here, alt click here, and here and here. And now they are increased. It's very important to increase those because it will not look good as a fabric. It will look at something else. Not exactly a fabric. Trying to achieve something here, but I don't know if I will be able to. Let's see how it looks. It looks kind of fine. It's not exactly perfect, but it's fine. So now we have a lot of things going on. Let's do something else. Maybe we should do a polypaint. But in order to do a polypaint, we should make sure everything has subdivisions, real subdivisions. So this is dynamic, let's apply subdivisions. This is dynamic, let's apply it. This is dynamic, let's apply it. And we should make another one for the horns because they are still low poly. Let's see them. Yes, Control D. And now we have this. Has subdivision. Yes, it's looking good. Although there are, yes. So this one we will delete because you see this one is not what we need. We'll delete it. So delete. And now we will show everything and it's fine. Also, those knee armors we will most likely want to inflate. Let's inflate them a bit. They're looking a bit thin compared to the other things. And now I will apply subdivisions. Apply. They're looking awesome. Now I will get to them and start working on them just for them. Okay, just doing this. And we'll increase the subdivisions again probably because they are not really good subdivided. They're a little bit low still. Okay. All right. What am I doing? I'm sharpening some things just to look better. I'm using dump standard brush, using my high polish brush, changing them with the shortcuts. You know, 5 is the high polish brush, dump standard brush is 7. And I'm pressing 7, pressing 5, pinch brush is 3. So I'm using all kind of brushes just to be able to make this. Control D, I will add another subdivision, then I will press X. So I won't have symmetry and I will be able to make this kind of things like this. Maybe one also here, a little bit. One in there, a bit bigger. One probably in here, dent. I'm sorry if I work with my mouth open, but sometimes when I'm concentrating, I just open my mouth. So basically I have to think about not opening my mouth. When I'm not thinking about it, I just look like an idiot. But obviously, that's the way it is. Yes. So let's make one more thing, probably here. I'm making those, although they are not part of the model exactly. I'm making them because I want this to be a bit more interesting. Because the model, not the model, but the concept is pretty simple. And I needed to have a bit more personality, a bit more texture. A bit like those things were hit by a hammer and made by a hammer. Rough, but good. And this will just enrich the quality of the model. Just going crazy with the high polish brush. And now they're looking a bit more interesting. Let's go to those legs and do the same things. Just make them look like they are forged and hit with some hammer until they get this kind of thing. Remove the symmetry, press 2, go ahead and do this. It won't happen if we don't have enough geometry. Let's see how much polygons we have here. This is 140, so I will increase it once. Control D. Pressing Control D, of course, will increase our poly count 4 times. So now it's 500,000 and something. And now I'll press symmetry again, just to make sure this is better looking. And then continue here on the top with symmetry for now. Then without symmetry, I'm pressing X to disable symmetry again. Going here with the clay tubes, smoothing. Do the same, but with probably with the same brush. It will be nice here, because down standard brush is making a bit more not good things sometimes. X for symmetry again, and just adjust this, make it look good. Okay, and the armor too, we'll press Ctrl D to subdivide it one more time, so it's 500,000 polygons, a little bit more than half. And then we'll make a bit of a dent in this area. Smooth it. Then get it around with a small pinch brush, just to make sure they are sharper. Looking cool. It's just a little bit imperfections here and there that makes the character look more interesting. I'll make another one dent in here, probably from a hit from below, from an axe, maybe, who knows. And we don't have enough polygons here, so this will be not very good. If we want to make a lot of good detail, we'll have to increase the poly count. Let's continue with this in the other video, with this refining and making some details. We'll make some details on the horns, we'll make some other details on the shoulder armor, and yeah, on the back probably we'll fix this. Yeah, we'll fix the, I forgot the name of this, the cape. Okay, so we'll see you in the next video. Okay guys, let's address this camera issues that I have sometimes. When I move the model, especially, when I move it continuously, especially now when it's a lot of polygons, it's starting to lag my camera and starting to lag, so it's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but still, let's delete this because it's of no use to us. Delete it. This was one of the spikes that we have made on the spikes video. Now dynamic, when the dynamic is on here on the solo, this little tiny thing dynamic here, which is inside the button, it's a button inside of the button. If you turn it on, when you rotate, even if the solo is not on, it will show you only this tool, which in our case may be a good thing, because the hiccups on the camera side happened exactly when I move or pan the model, and if we don't have hold the model in the screen, probably it would be a bit lighter. Let's eat this here. smooth it. Then with the down standard brush from a distance, let's try to do something. It's not looking good. So I will do it with the standard brush. Down standard brush is a bit strange brush. It doesn't just move, not move, but it doesn't just do the topology. I mean, it's pinching and digging, or pinching and adding geometry at the same time, and not adding geometry, but yeah, the principle of the down standard brush is a bit interesting, but you know, with experience you will learn which brush to use when, and you will learn that the down standard brush has its very good things where it should be used, and some instances that it shouldn't be used. So it's up to you. But as I say always in my tutorials, this is kind of this video example is kind of in front, kind of later in the tutorial, so not too many people will watch it. I mean, I saw some models that people have made on my tutorials, but they are not too much. I mean, not more than 6, 7, I think. So most people are just watching. Most people are just watching the beginning, and they get bored, since these tutorials are not that expensive and they don't have this will to take it to the end, which is understandable. I understand that, but you know, if you buy this, it's a good idea to just get on with it, you know. It would be a good idea. But everybody knows his limitations. Now, what we can do here is, yeah, we have a very little subdivisions here. We have very little polygons here. So what we can do is go to geometry, go to the lowest subdivision. How to go to the lowest subdivision? Either with this slider here on the geometry, or higher res here, pressing, or lower res. And if you just hover the button, you'll see higher subdiv resolution here. Higher subdiv resolution D. Lower subdiv resolution Shift D. So with Shift D we go down, with D we're going up. So Shift D, 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 Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D. Okay. Now what we can do? Freeze subdivision levels. We'll freeze our subdivision levels because when we have a mesh with subdivisions, it's very important, we cannot use the Z-modeler brush. Just the mesh is composed of multiple subdivision levels. We cannot. So delete or freeze subdivisions. We don't want to delete the higher subdivisions. We'll freeze them. Now they are freezed. We can make this. Few of those things for good measure. So we will have more resolution after we unfreeze. So let's unfreeze by just clicking on the freeze again. And we wait a bit. And the ZBrush will take this low poly geometry that we have now just remade, or not remade, but modified, and it will project the high poly detail on it. And now we have this, which is a little bit better than before. Or not. I will see. Yeah, there are some artifacts sometimes, and we have to smooth them. But most of the time it's pretty good. So now it's pretty good, and I will just do this. Of course, this became a bit lighter than it has to be probably. But doesn't matter. I will smooth. I will make a hole. I will smooth again. This is not looking good here, because it's not looking like made from an axe or something. But I think for a cartoon character it will do. Since it's cartoon character, it has to do. And I'm continuing to use the high polish brush. Let's make it white. White is a bit more contrasty. Yeah, I had to restart the brush again. So that's why the background is not that dark. But let's go to document, back, and just make it darker from here. Okay, I think now it's a little bit more contrasty, which is fine. So let's fix the cape here. Since the cape is protruding a bit, we have to go with Shift Z on the lowest subdivision and just move this with the move brush, with big move brush. We're moving it. It's double. We remove the double, we don't need it. Then we go back. No, not dynamic subdivisions. We have we have dynamic subdivision. We haven't yet subdivided it for real, but we have to do it at some point. Otherwise, either way, this is protruding here, and this is not good. We need it only for the top part and maybe for the bottom, like some kind of lower pants or underwear. Yeah, like underwear, it's very cool. So it's a happy coincidence. We have underwear now. It will not be visible from any angle probably. And if you are afraid of this happening, just go here and disable dynamic. But now the camera probably will start to get problems. Now let's continue with this. Apply dynamic we don't have subdivisions. I mean, we don't have dynamic, we have real subdivisions here, unfortunately, or fortunately. But we have to make one more because you see the polygons here. So Control D will make another subdivision. And now we can start working on it, making it sharper at some of those edges. Here, also with the pinch brush, we can go here to make this sharper. Also, we can disable symmetry and make some kind of this thing here, something like this in there. And yeah, basically just with the high polish brush, just clicking and dragging a bit, but not with a prolonged drag, you know, just click and click, 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 just a lot of clicks. And it should be okay. And it is. Kinda. Okay, from the back, we'll have to make some things just to have a variety, because otherwise it's boring. Yeah, although this is a beginner's ZBrush tutorial or course, it's a good thing to address some basic things for the modeling. You have to avoid your model to be sterile, or repetitive, and try to be more lively. Try to put some textures. For example, I haven't shown you, I think, how to work with alphas, but it's a good thing to show now. So let me show you how to work with alphas. I will just show you, but we won't use it probably. So we go to the standard brush, for example, standard brush. And we can go here, alpha, where it says alpha, and put some alpha on. For example, let's say this one, with just dots, which is alpha 07. It says alpha 07 here on the left. So when we drag our mouse now, we are dragging with this alpha 07. Without the alpha, it is just the standard brush, you know, but with the alpha is this. But here we have the stroke, and the stroke, if we make it drag rect, we can drag this alpha like this. And Control Z, it's pretty nice, although I don't know exactly what we can use this for in this case. But we can, for example, dial down the Z intensity to 7 and just drag it with Alt to have some variety. And then with the high polish brush, just go over it. And yeah, it will not be too visible, but still, it's kind of there. So we go to standard brush and go to alpha off, and here to dots, like it was, this is default. And we continue working. So you know now how to work with alphas. Of course, you can always import your own alphas. For example, now here there are alphas that I use for veins. Those alphas I use for veins. You can see little tiny veins, but I use it with drag rect, and I just drag those like this, and I make tiny veins if I have to on my model, and they look pretty awesome because they are very tiny, very almost invisible, but they are there, and that gives this like realistic look when you're going for that, of course. But now we are definitely not going for the realistic look, so we don't have to do it. Let's make some scratch here, because when he was in some battle, some guy just hit him with an axe here, and he made this big dent in his armor. Ooh, now the camera will go crazy. But it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, we can make a few more scratches. Just to have it, you know, when I finish some model, and I already make the renders and everything, and suddenly I realize that I haven't put enough detail. I make the forms pretty well, I do other things, but the details you have to put. Of course, this is again a piece that is a bit stylized, a lot stylized, so we don't need to put that much of a detail, but still we need to put some. It's good to have some detail. So let's go to the shoulders. And you know already how to work with alphas, so I won't have to show you that, which is a good thing. Yeah, I showed you. And since we didn't have to work with alphas here, probably you won't... I just got you familiar with the alphas. You know, with all the tools that I've shown you here in ZBrush, masking, polygroups, navigating the interface and everything, you can very easy now continue and learn next things from, for example, some of my other tutorials. Of course, they are not in my name exactly, because I made them for other people, but probably I would make some of my own. We'll see. But nonetheless, even those that I made for other people, they are mine. I mean, I made them, so no, they're not mine. Yeah, that's the difference. They're not mine, but I made them. So you can, if you like my style of teaching, for example, which is a little bit more like not so official and stuff, you can check them out. They're available in Udemy, they're available in some other places, Flip Normal site, and some other places. What I want to do is one of those horns to make it chipped, because it will look more badass. Yeah, not every horn or thorn or whatever should be super good looking. I mean, after all, we are dealing with a badass knight here with horns, so we have to be very careful with that. If we leave the model as it is, it will be good. I mean, the overall silhouette is nice and everything because of the concept is cool. But if we put just a little bit more effort, I mean, not few hours, but yeah, 2 hours, for example, just 2 hours more, just to go through every detail and just make it a bit more detailed, a bit more touched by a human, a bit more believable, it will, your benefits will be huge. I mean, the benefit for your the likeness of your model, the likability. Everybody will just like your model better when they see that you have put this kind of effort. Everybody likes to see the effort. You know, yeah, I think that the most important thing is to have a good silhouette, to have a right forms, to have the right proportions and everything. The silhouette, of course, is the most important, but the next thing you have to do is just put more effort. Just go ahead and touch up the model. And now with these models that are like knights with some armor, which is medieval or something, it's a little bit more easy because you just have to go with a high polish brush and touch here and there and it will just happen. Which cannot be said about models that are others, but everything is it has to be decided in person, I guess. Personalized. But I think we are getting pretty good. Those shoulders are already nice. We can put a bit of a dent in there. Why not? And we don't have almost any dent in here, so I'll put one little one here, just for good measure. This also I will eat a bit. And you notice how the model is starting to look a bit more beaten up, but still a little bit nicer overall. Let's make some eyebrows here. Why not? It's my decision. Also, when you're making the model, it's your decision whether to put whatever you want. I mean, yeah, if you're working for a client, of course it's most of the time it's his decision. Okay, saving project. Now I will make a dent here with yeah, I don't have symmetry now. I removed it and I will make kinda dent. Somebody just slap him. One here, something here. This is bigger. Maybe also in this place. And we are approaching the end of this video, which is absolutely normal. Nobody has to worry about that. That's just the end of this video. We have more to come. Of course, what we have next is continuing to work on this a little bit and then making the poly paint. We will color the character. I will show you exactly how to poly paint. Then I will get you a little bit into the lighting, how the lighting works here in ZBrush. The lights, not the lightning, but the lights. Or the lightning, lighting, not lightning, yeah. And then we can make a little render in Photoshop and we will be ready and good to go. And when you watch everything, you will be just ready to make your own model, of course. And it will be great. I'm telling you, this is just perfect to make models in ZBrush. It's just amazing. It's like I told you, it's still Valentine's Day here and Valentine's night already. And I love to sit here and just work with you on this model. I don't know, maybe I'm a freak, who knows. But yeah, see you in the next video. Hello again, and we will of course continue detailing our not orc but creature. So I noticed that when I'm prolongedly dragging the model around the screen, it increases my CPU usage to 100% sometimes. That's why my camera is starting to lag a lot. And yeah, probably I should buy another computer because my computer is already 5 years old. It's very, very old. So let's go to the cape and let's see here. Is this the cape? No, it's not. So this is this thing here. Okay, let's go to it and just push it with Alt Move. The move brush, with I told you what it does. It just pushes inwards or outwards, depending where you move your tablet or stylus or your mouse. But don't work with the mouse, you know, work with tablet. Do you see? Tablet. Wacom tablets, pretty cheap these days. I'm working with Intuos 4, I think. It has around 2000 pen pressure levels, and I think the most modern cheap versions of Wacom tablets are having the same. So yeah, this, when I bought it, was very expensive. It was more than $400, and now for $60-70 I think you can find a very decent Wacom tablet, and it will be fine. I'm just trying some things here. I'm not sure what kind of detailing we will do, because I don't know. I'm just not sure. But we have to make something, some kind of detail here, like this. So it's not just plain. Not that it wouldn't work. It will, because it's a stylized character, but since we have some detail already done on some other parts, on the horns it will be, you know, not very nice if we don't have a detail there. And I have no patience to show you and to see if the poly paint will be good, but to show you how to make a poly paint and some tricks to do with masks, it will be very much fun. And you know, the main idea here in working in ZBrush is to express your creativity, yes, but also to have, oops, yeah, this was Shift Z, and Z I pressed by accident, to have fun, yeah, and having fun while making money is even more fun, you know. So that's why I support everybody who is starting to learn ZBrush. That's why I'm making these videos. That's why I'm making this course, because I want everybody to feel what I feel when I'm working. It's just amazing how you can work and have fun at the same time and support your family. It's just very good. It's a very good feeling. I'm from a little country called Bulgaria, if nobody knows. No, somebody knows Bulgaria. It's not super unknown, but it's not very, very famous. And our country is relatively poor. It's in European Union, but it's kind of poor. And what was I going with it? Yes, my standard of living is good. It's normal. Some people are living pretty poor because they don't work with ZBrush, obviously. But if everybody were working with ZBrush, then it will not be that well paid. So, but you know, you cannot make a good 3D artist from everybody. It has to have some talent, some skill, some will, and to want it. So this course now is for kind of everybody, but you'll have to, when you know ZBrush already, you can then make a decision whether this is a program for you. After you watch all of these videos that I have made for this course, you can say, okay, I think this is the program for me, because ZBrush is very specific program. It's not like Photoshop. It's not like 3D Max. It's a little bit different from all of those programs, and that's why it's so interesting. It's made by artists for artists, or at least that's what they claim, and I kind of believe them because it's pretty good. Like, it's a very good program. So let's make those grooves a bit bigger and not so many. I will just choose some to make a bit deeper, because as I told you, it's better to have few details but very well defined and very well placed than to have a lot, because a lot means nothing, you know, it's not that good. So we have to pay a little bit more attention to the horns, since they are a pretty big detail, pretty obvious. They're on our point of view, I mean not on the point, but they are very close to the center of the image, not exactly, but they're making a lot of the silhouette of the head, and they will be pretty much visible from all the angles. So we have to be careful with the horns. We have to make them pretty nicely, and now they don't look that nice. I don't particularly like what I have done just now, but we'll see. Maybe it will be kind of nice. I'm not sure. These days I'm pretty much very critic. I'm criticizing my works a lot. I don't completely like the things that I do, and that's probably a phase of development, and I think I should stay a lot more in this phase, and everybody should, because this is the phase that you are growing as an artist. You are trying to improve because you don't like what you're doing. You're seeing other artists that are doing much better than you, and you realize that, and you're continuously trying to improve, and that I think is pretty creative, pretty good. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out some better word, but it's pretty good, obviously. So let's see what's going on. Yeah, kinda nice, but exactly those things I don't like. I don't really like those things to be very parallel. I would like them to have some kind of interesting relation to each other or something like this. Oops, I've chosen the wrong brush, which is interesting because I pressed 3, and 3 is a pinch brush, but probably I didn't press 3. Obviously I haven't pressed 3, I pressed 2. Yeah, probably I'm some kind of tired from this weekend. Now when I'm recording this, it's Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow I'm at work and everything, and yeah. And at work, if you are curious what I'm doing, I'm working with ZBrush all day, working, making models. Then of course, because my models that I'm making are for games, I'm going to 3D Max and working with Max, then working with Substance Painter, and I can probably make a base tutorial about Substance Painter, but tell me if you want, if you're interested, and I will see what I can do. Yes, because I have made a tutorial about for the whole creation of game characters, but it was like year and a half ago. Probably now I can make better, but I'm not sure that the demand is very high for this kind of things, because there are a lot of tutorials like that, I think. Who knows? So let's see what we have now. We have almost everything, except maybe let's try the hands to define them a little bit more. Not defined, define. Ooh. Okay, let's see. We have dynamic. Yes, we have dynamic on. I will disable dynamic because dynamic on a very high resolution model like our arms now are very high, it will be bad. I mean, it will always be lagging and stuff like that. So you have to be very careful about that dynamic when your model is very high. Particularly this subtool was high, and the dynamic was making the things very much worse. But I don't know why I don't have this kind of groove here. Let's go to our orb crack brush, and I'm sorry if I'm shouting too much on the microphone. I will go with the lazy mouse a bit, and I will do oops. Yeah, when it doesn't work, I just Control Z and I start again because I like it to work. That's the purpose of what I'm doing here, what we are doing here. Let's see, okay. This wouldn't be that visible probably in this area here, but let's do it anyway. And let's see it with everything. Looking kind of cool. Okay, we have almost everything. So probably we should start. Yeah, let's see this. This is still on dynamic phase. So I will apply the dynamic subdivisions. I will go down a few levels with Shift D. And I will disable symmetry because I don't need it now. And I will try to make this a bit more good looking because it's not that good looking now. Yes. So, to tell you something about myself. No, you know, I can talk about how I'm doing this. I'm just moving with the move brush and rotating the object from... but you are seeing this. Why I should tell you what you are exactly seeing, I don't know. Some people like it, you know. Because when I'm watching tutorials sometimes, and I don't watch that much tutorials anymore, but when I watch tutorials, one thing is very much what I'm trying to avoid on my tutorials that I've seen in others that I don't like. Silence. When I am watching some tutorial, sometimes I'm working also. And I'm listening to the guy. What did the guy saying? And if he stopped talking, it's awkward. It's boring. It's not good. So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to always talk. I'm trying to always, always speak. It's just that. Almost always. Of course, you cannot speak for 20 minutes non-stop, although I'm trying. And I'm kind of succeeding in that. Maybe not quite. But still, yeah. I'm trying to achieve now here a better looking cape. Because it was kind of bumpy. And I'm trying it to be like very smooth. And for it, I'm saying smooth those folds that are going from up down. I'm trying to make them smooth. And that's completely cool. Yeah, it's super perfect, but it will do, I think. So, now I have done what I am not supposed to do, is to drag too much the model, and the CPU usage was big and the camera is starting to make problems probably, but I'm fixing most of this in post-production. sometimes I just cannot fix it. If it's too much moving, then it's just unfixable. Then you know the sign that the camera won't be around for the rest of the video, for example, or something like this. Yeah, that's why you see this. So let's make a bit more the style of the other parts of the armor here. If it's forged and hammered. Let's make it like this, and we'll be kind of ready with the detailing. We can start working on the poly paint in the next video, of course. So this video is a bit shorter than the rest, but still I think it will be fine. Shorter videos are good, but sometimes I cannot make the video shorter than 20 minutes because some actions, some things that we are doing in ZBrush are a little bit, they require a little bit of concentration, a little bit longer time, and that's why I cannot do it. This is not looking good, so I'll get my standard brush, down standard, then the standard, and then I will try to improve this. Although I don't think it's very much working, I will get my brush to be a bit smaller with the bracket keys, if you don't know how. But I think you know already. In this part of the tutorial you should know that I'm always working with bracket keys for this. And now this is looking kind of good. I will go ahead and with my move brush do a bit of this, so we have a bit more distance and a bit more visibility of this gloves. And yeah, no symmetry, but we don't care that much. Now already the symmetry is kind of not an issue. Let's see the front. So this video probably won't be that short as we imagine. So apply. I'm applying subdivisions here and I'm smoothing now. I will try to do it with the down standard brush here and then smooth. Let's see how much polygons it is. Okay, it's a lot. 200,000 polygons, which is kind of a big deal for this kind of small detail. But it's okay. We can handle that, it's no problem. Let's smooth. Let's go down on subdivisions. Put this here. Now smooth. Yeah, those kind of folds are not very easy to make, so I'm smoothing a lot. Okay, yeah. So yeah, let's finish this. Let's call it done, and then go to. Let's make this a bit more interesting here. It's not very nice. This is not very good looking. I will have to fix this. I don't like it at all. But it's okay. It should be okay. So, next thing, of course, waiting for the processor to calm down. Okay, and poly paint, or a little bit work on the sword. We'll see. Bye. So guys, this is what we will do for the next like 10 hours maybe. Of course, this by experienced 3D character artist can be done for maybe 3 or 4 hours at most. But since I explain everything, it will be done for a little more time. This interface that you can see here is not the default ZBrush interface, but I will explain that later. The thing is that, let me explain what we have in the project files here. We have the absolute beginners hotkeys, so we can load them from preferences, hotkeys, preferences, hotkeys, load, and you will have the hotkeys that I use. Then you can load, of course, from the preferences, config, this particular UI, absolute beginners ZBrush Nico interface CFG. So this will load exactly all these things with the lights here, with the brushes here, and the materials and everything. This will be useful. I also explain how to make them yourself, and if you are curious, which you should be, I think, it will be nice. So project files include also the final render Photoshop file. The basic material, it's a one material that we modify a little bit and save. The final ZTL file and the concepts. And for the concept, the original concept is this. Let me show it to you. This one. And I will show you who it belongs to, but after a minute. Then I cropped it and made it with the black background, which made it a transparent background in ZBrush, because pure black is transparent in ZBrush. And then I will show you the art station of the guy that made the concept. His name is Bu Zhou. I'm not sure that I'm spelling it right, but yeah, China guys are very good. This guy is amazing. I love this particular concept of his. Of course, if I would to make this character too, it will be a too long tutorial, so we stick just to the night. And yeah, let's see his other works. He's just amazing artist. I'm just, you know, very good. A lot of things. And yeah, he has a very good feeling of silhouette and everything. And my profile. My name is Nikolai Naidanov. And this is my stuff, the stuff that I do some tutorials and everything. So yeah, that's it for now. I've shown you the project files, I've shown you how to load the interface, but that's also shown in the next videos. So let's go, let's do this.